Chapter 1. Petra. Birds chirped merrily overhead, as I sat on a blanket under a tree on my college campus, looking at my dwindling bank account. The spring afternoon felt and sounded happy, but I was anything but that. I had one more year of college to go, before I could become a kindergarten through 5th grade school teacher, but finances were not working for me. Ohio State was not a cheap school. Thanks to my mother marrying a wealthy man, my financial aid was nothing, nada, zero. And my new stepdad was not about to pay for my school. It ripped my mother and I apart, but she did not seem too torn up about it. I was already in debt to the tune of $30,000, and needed another $20,000 for next year's classes. The struggle was far too real for me, and I had to figure out something, and quickly at that. But how on earth could a person come up with $20,000 in a matter of a few months? Enter Leticia, something or other. I could not pronounce her last name. It had more consonants than vowels, and tangled my tongue any time I attempted it. She would be my blessing, my lady in shining armor, my heroine. But the price I would pay would turn out to be far more than I had ever planned on.
Chapter 2. Owen. Leaving the operating room after doing a facelift on a 50-year-old model who did not want to give up the fight just yet, I found my heart pounding and anxiety filling me. The cameras in my face did not help matters at all. I was one of the stars of a reality television show, aired on the Surgery Channel. Beverly Hills Reconstruction was all about keeping the stars glamorous and camera-ready at all times. My job paid amazingly well, affording me a lifestyle most only dream about. Fancy cars, houses, and vacations that would rival that of kings were what filled my life back then. The only thing I was lacking was female companionship. My brain would not allow me to believe women wanted me for me. Inevitably, my insecurities would bubble up to the surface and ruin anything that was beginning to form. I had a little secret that I kept from everyone. Each summer, for 5 years in a row, I would vacation in Portland, Oregon. I told those who asked a lie about my grandparents being from there, and how I liked to get back to my roots once a year. That was not the only lie I told people. Being a member of an exclusive retreat in Portland was the real reason I went to the town. I would find a willing companion for myself every year, and spend time with her in the confines of a small but lavish apartment that was inside the massive private estate. For 3 months, I would have a woman who understood what I needed. It was hard to hold in the desires that I craved, but I managed to do it for 9 months out of 12. It was the 8th month, and I was getting restless like I always did. I needed my escape, I needed the vacation, and I needed a woman to share it with. My secret could never come out, or I would be dragged through the Hollywood mud so badly that it would leave me destitute and banished. Of that, I was certain.
Chapter 3. Petra. With my brow furrowed, I look at the unbelievable amount next year's classes will cost me. An audible groan slips out of my mouth, and draws the attention of the tall, slender, gazelle-like young woman who is in line behind me. Troubles, she asks. I have shared a few classes with the woman. She is not a big talker, so the fact that she is asking me anything is a miracle. Financial troubles. I put the paper away in my bag, and nod with a gesture at the one she has in her hand. Is next year's bill pretty steep for you too? It is high, yes. But nothing I cannot cover. You seem a bit distraught, Petra. Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee? I will let you bend my ear about your problems if you like. Leticia is a complicated woman, in my opinion. She drives a nice car, wears expensive clothing, and lives in a very nice apartment from what I have been told. And she is always kept to herself. No one knows much about her. She is a real enigma at Ohio State. Long dark curls hang in spirals down her back. Her tall frame reminds me of a Native American, and her dark eyes are hauntingly beautiful. She is more than a knockout. She is stunning in every way. Even the way she speaks, with an odd accent no one can figure out, is mysterious. And she wants me to join her for coffee, and will allow me to whine about my problems to her. Why? Leticia, that is sweet of you, I say as I walk away and find her walking right next to me. I would hate to bore you with my financial woes. I will not be bored, Petra. And I may have answers that might help you. I do not see how she could, unless she wants to pay next year's tuition. But she seems set on helping me, and that is nice of her. I cannot be rude and blow her off. Sure, let us get some cheap coffee, I say as I head to the student cafe. It does not get any cheaper than our very own hub. You cannot beat free. I will treat. I laugh at my joke and she does too. Then she reaches out, takes my hand, and pulls me toward the parking lot instead. I tell you what. Let us go to lunch. Somewhere insanely expensive. My treat, Petra. No, I say as I shake my head. I cannot let you do that. She tugs at me to go with her. I insist. Come, it will be fun, and I am sure I can help you with your problems. I cannot help but admire the fire engine red Mercedes convertible she drives. Leticia, can I ask you a personal question? I slide into the buttery leather of the passenger seat, as she gets behind the wheel and nods. Do you come from a wealthy family? No, she says quickly. I made all my money on my own. Yet you are in college. You are majoring in English literature, right? I ask as it does not make a lot of sense to me. If she already knows how to do something that makes her so much money, why go to school? I am majoring in that. You see, I want to be a writer someday. Not anytime soon though. I am happy with what I am doing now, to get me by for the next few years. But one day, I will have to put that behind me, and then I might write about my adventures. She pulls out of the parking lot and heads toward downtown. Curiosity forces me to ask, adventures? That is how I like to think about what I do to make money. She stops at a red light, and pulls out a couple of pairs of expensive sunglasses. She hands one to me, then puts the other pair on. You can have those. I have lots of them. Looking the aviator-style glasses over, I see the word Cartier engraved on the side of the earpiece and know they cost more than the junker I drive. I cannot possibly accept these. She clucks her tongue at me as she shakes her head. You can. They are yours. You know, Petra, you have a rare beauty. With that long, silky, straight black hair, your brown doe-like eyes, those thick lashes that surround those gorgeous eyes of yours, and caramel lips, you are a natural beauty. When you add in that coffee with just the right amount of cream-colored skin and your curves, well, you make an exotic specimen many men would love to have as a companion. Leticia exudes confidence. I mean, she is just some kind of goddess. But I think she has the wrong idea about me. Easing the sunglasses on, I take a look in the mirror on the opposite side of the visor, and think I look pretty amazing. When I look back at Leticia, I see a warm smile on her face. Look, I'm not into girls. Her laughter peals through the air. I am not asking you out, Petra. I am not exactly into girls myself. I am into making money. Lots of money. If that means attending events with another female client, then I do what I have to. Wait. Did she just say she gets paid for it? Because that is what I got out of it. Sitting in awkward silence, I look away from her. I have no idea what on earth she wants with me, but I know she wants something. So I spit out, I am not about to become an escort. If that is what you are, and that is how you make your money, I want no part of that. You can take me back to campus if that is what you are after. Pulling into a parking garage downtown, she eyes me over her sunglasses. Petra, I do not sell myself cheaply. I value my services. And the clients who pay me do too. Unbelievable, I hiss. That sounds like the definition of an escort, Leticia. You may be a high-priced one, but you are nothing more than a call girl. With a shake of her head, she picks up her cell and taps in a web address. I see some kind of a landing page that says the Summer Companion Program on it. There are elegant script letters, and images of luxury resorts and private estates. This is a place I have gone to every summer for the last few years. I like to think of it as an adventure. A unique one, where I get paid very well. You see, there are people in this world who need certain services they do not want everyone to know about, or very few people to know about anyway. And that is where programs like this come into play. She giggles a little, and I frown at her. Leticia, what on earth is this place? A program where wealthy individuals who want sophisticated companionship for the summer season come to find the right match. It is completely legitimate, she adds as she looks at my skeptical expression.
That sounds suspicious, I whisper.
Leticia, take me back to campus. Please. I do not feel comfortable. You are feeling this way because society makes everything sound worse than it is. People need personal assistants, travel companions, social event partners. No one wants to hire through traditional channels because of privacy concerns.
But there are many legitimate needs that wealthy people have.
Suspicion replaces horror on my face. I am not naive, Leticia. What you are describing sounds problematic. That is not what this is about, she says as she rolls her eyes. No one ever has to do anything they are not comfortable with. And clients are thoroughly vetted. There are professional boundaries and contracts. You can specify exactly what kind of work you are willing to do. You can be matched through a selection process for the summer months. Your client will cover all of your expenses the whole time. The best part is the substantial payment you get at the end of it all. And you get to have an experience while you are at it. I gulp, as I watch Leticia's expression grow into that of pure joy.
You are crazy.
No, I am not. The things I have done have helped me. You would be shocked at what all you can learn from some of these clients. Many of them are incredibly accomplished people. Business executives, entrepreneurs, artists. They can teach you things you would never learn in a classroom. You make it sound like they are mentors instead of employers, I say as I open the door.
Are we going to eat or what?
I am suddenly starving. Leticia gets out of the car and comes to me, taking me by the hand and leading me to wherever it is she wants to eat. All I know is that I am getting a free meal out of this encounter. Threading her arm through mine, she leans into my side as we walk. Petra, you need money, and this is the only way I know you can make what you need in such a small amount of time. And you will learn so much from this experience. The program is always only a phone call away if the client does anything to make you feel uncomfortable or crosses boundaries. They will intervene immediately and you get to keep the money already paid. There is nothing to fear. I promise you that. Being quiet, I try not to think about my money problems and the solution Leticia is offering me. I am not naive. I have had experiences with different kinds of employers. I have had respectful ones, demanding ones, and even difficult ones.
But the thought of this arrangement is concerning to me.
We walk into some place I have never even heard of, and are quickly seated by some man in a fancy suit. I listen as Leticia speaks in French, then the man leaves us alone in the far corner of the elegant establishment. Looking around, I ask, is this how you always eat?
Not always.
I wanted to give you a taste of what can be yours if you want. For just 3 months a year, you can have the same security I have right from the very start. After your first time, you will come into the new school year as a changed woman, mentally and financially. The waiter brings us some tall glasses that are filled with yellow bubbly liquid. Champagne. Leticia nods. Yes. I took the reins here, and ordered us some of the most decadent things on the planet. Well, in Ohio, anyway. Her laughter is quiet and subdued, as she gives me a wink. I wait for the waiter to leave us, then lean in and whisper, is there any way I can do this but maintain clear professional boundaries? If you specify that as a requirement, then the answer is yes. You only have to do what you want to. The contracts are very specific about expectations and limitations. I interrupt her, but how do I know what I am signing up for? What kinds of things would I actually be doing? There is a detailed questionnaire, and there is a place where you can describe your skills and preferences. You simply indicate the types of work you are comfortable with, and leave out the ones you are not. The clients who participate in the matching process get comprehensive information about each candidate. They know ahead of time what you will and will not do. So things are transparent from the very beginning. No surprises ever. She pulled a small iPad out of her purse and handed it to me. The program's website has already been pulled up, and I look over the list of services. Personal assistant duties are first on the list, then there are event planning responsibilities, travel coordination, household management. The list includes social event attendance, cultural activities, and administrative support. I look up at her, as I shake my head. I do not know how to do most of this, and I am not sure I want to. I cannot sign up for something with no clue if I can handle it or not. I shake my head again, not sure why I am even contemplating this. I can help prepare you, she says, then takes my hand. I can teach you the etiquette and professional skills you need to succeed in these roles. The best part is that no one will ever know what you have done unless you tell them. Everything is confidential. This cannot come back to haunt you. Only you and I will know about your participation, and I am bound in writing not to tell a soul about any member of the program. I look back at the website and scroll down, finding images of elegant estates, formal events, and what appears to be luxury travel destinations. What kind of woman does this sort of thing?
Chapter 4. Owen. April has always been the hardest month for me. I am so close to the break I need that it is frustrating, yet I have a month's worth of work left before me. My mind gets frazzled, as do my nerves. I hate how this always happens. I left the operating room after a harrowing 12 hours of surgery on a woman's face that was already perfectly fine, and came to find solitude in my office. The routine facelift had changed into a life-and-death situation when her heart stopped beating. Thank goodness for my staff and their endless knowledge. The woman, who is a model, turned out just fine, but I was left with a bundle of nerves. It is days like these when I wish I had a permanent companion. Someone I could go to. Someone who would just be quiet and let me decompress, and then I could leave without so much as a word said between us. That is why I need my summer retreats at the Summer Companion program. That is where I find what I need to help me make it through the year. No cameras, and no producers asking if I can possibly make the surgeries bloodier. Just me and the professional companion who waits for my arrival. My privacy is precious to me. As a celebrity of sorts, I am one of the plastic surgeons on a reality television series entitled Beverly Hills Reconstructions, and I cannot let my private arrangements become headline news. Nor can I expose the fact that I am a member of an exclusive program in Portland, Oregon. I arrange for professional companions for the summer months, and keep my identity completely anonymous. They never see my face or know me by anything other than a codename. It is best that way. No one can ever come back to haunt me. I turn on my personal laptop and pull up the program's website. Scrolling through the women who are already signed up to participate in this summer's matching process, I review them all. It is not that I have a type, really, but I do like to have a few candidates chosen before going to the selection event. I have had various companions in the last 5 years. Tall, short, curvy, thin, and one was a woman who had overcome significant physical challenges. That one was interesting, to say the least. I let her tell me that she had lost her leg in some accident. I prefer not to know anything about my companions' personal lives. I like to keep things with them strictly professional. Not that they get a lot of personal interaction. I mean, some of them might have wanted more conversation, but I do not ask about things like that. I am in it to find my escape, not to form emotional connections. It is distant, I know. That is why I pay highly for what I want. I do not treat the women I date that way, but I hardly ever date anyone for more than a month or two at a time. My work has made me quite wealthy. I am also rather good-looking to boot. I work out so my body is on point. And that is what makes me insecure. Stupid, I know. But it does. I mean, I am remarkably intelligent, a thing I feel like most women do not pick up on. They all think of me as the airhead who fixes other airheads' faces and bodies. Being a plastic surgeon who specializes in maintaining beauty does not garner respect from one's peers. I think my personality is charming, And even that has me wondering if the woman I am with likes me for me or for what I look like, drive in, live in, or any of the other things that money can buy. The anonymity is used so the women I hire cannot see me. I keep interactions minimal, so they cannot form attachments. I do not talk much, so they cannot fall victim to my charms. They get me in my most basic of forms. They get limited interaction, and that is all they get. So far, no companion has ever fallen for me. And I have never fallen for one of them. When the summer is over, the contract is up, and we go our separate ways, the woman none the wiser of who she just spent time with, and me with no remorse or guilt about walking away from her. It is clean and easy. It is about the only thing in my life that is that way. My parents are divorced. Even though my brother, 3 sisters and I are grown, they still use us against each other. We are their weapons, and they use us every chance they get. I hate it. So I moved as far away from New York as I could get. Los Angeles called my name after I finished medical school back east. And now Mom and Dad have a very hard time using me to hurt my siblings. It is great. Moving down the screen, I look at one pretty face after another, but none are jumping out at me. It should not even matter what they look like, but somehow it still does. A quick knock on my door has me closing my laptop. Come in. One of my fellow plastic surgeons, Dr. Dina Dion, comes into the room. Owen, come with me to dinner this evening. My old friend from college is in town, and she wants me to meet her husband. I do not want to go alone. No, I say, then sit back in my high-back chair. She comes around my desk and sits on the edge of it, then leans toward me. Please, Owen. I am begging you. I hate to show up to meet a married couple all alone. You can do this for me. It is the least you could do, really. I lean back further in my chair. I am sorry about our brief involvement, then not wanting to date you, Dina. I have apologized to you 1,000 times for that. I know you have. But you have still shown interest more than a few times since then. I think you feel more for me than you are letting on. And I think I could help you become the man you could be if you let me. And now she has made me angry. This is why I know we can never have a future together. I do not want to be managed. I stand up and grab my laptop to take it home. Owen. No. Have a great night with your friend and her husband. I am not dating you. I move toward the door. I am out of here. See you on Monday. Well, do not you dare try to contact me this weekend if you change your mind, Owen. I open the door to my office and nod my head, gesturing for her to leave. You have nothing to worry about. I have a lot of research to do this weekend. I will not be bothering you. Feel free to make other plans this weekend. So you will not be calling me? She asks as she walks past me, then pauses near the doorway. I know I give you a hard time about it, but I do appreciate when we spend time together. I just wish you would make it more of a regular thing. I am sorry, Dina. It is not fair to you. You deserve someone who wants a real relationship. I look at her and wish I could be that person for someone. At least she seems to understand my limitations, even if she wishes things were different. But I do not really see a future with the woman. She is assertive, demanding, and not at all my type. I only considered her because she was available. Owen, you turned 34 last week. When do you think you will be ready to settle down? You are not getting any younger. You will not be a catch for much longer. Her hand moves toward my shoulder and she leans in closer. I step back. Thanks for the advice. I better hurry up and find someone to marry before my expiration date comes up. Walking away from her, I hurry to get to the elevator before she does. That is not the first time she has used my age to try to knock my ego into the dirt. She can be so difficult sometimes. Owen, I am sorry, she calls out as I step onto the elevator. She stops as the doors close. Take the next one, Dina. The doors close and I drop my head, staring at my shiny black shoes. I am a successful man. I have tons of things going for me, and only one little thing that I do not want anyone to know about. And that one thing seems to be my downfall, the thing that sets me apart from normal people. If I could stop doing it, I would. I can only manage to keep it under control for just so long. The need is building in me as summer approaches, and my time grows near. Soon I will be able to have the arrangement I need, and get it out of my system for a while. I just wish I could get it completely out of my system. Maybe then I could have a normal relationship. Getting into my car, I opened my laptop to check my personal email, and found that the page for the program was still up. A new woman's face is at the top of the list. She has a really nice face. Gorgeous brown eyes look sweet, and they are staring back at me. Her hair hangs in a black sheet of silk around her heart-shaped face. Full lips, the color of cotton candy, stand out against her creamy tan skin. Now, who is this Petra Bakari?
Chapter 5. Petra. After agonizing over my decision about becoming a companion for the summer, I finally accepted the fact that I had to do something to fix my current situation. No one was going to step in and hand me $20,000. I needed money badly. So badly that I would take on an unconventional arrangement for the summer. At least I had some say in what the role would involve, and Leticia was going to help me prepare before I got in over my head. A week had passed after she and I talked. I was sitting under a tree, listening to birds chirp with happy sounds while I glared at my bank account on my cell phone screen. My part-time job at the little cafe was not cutting it. Suddenly there she was, like an angel sent from above. White layers of a mid-thigh length dress flowed around her. "Hey Petra. The long face you are wearing does not look great on you. Care to come hang out at my place for a while? Clear your head a bit." I followed her like a moth to a flame. She radiated confidence, and had a calmness about her that beckoned to me. I was not sure I would fall into what she had offered, but when I got to her place I was all in. Luxuriant furnishings filled her large apartment. Nothing was cheap, and the way she was so calm about everything had me thinking that I was overthinking the whole thing. I told her to sign me up, and I would deal with my concerns. I would be foolish not to do it. Now I sit here and wait for Leticia to come into her bedroom, where I am waiting for our first training session. We are role-playing professional scenarios to help me get comfortable with formal social situations, a thing I have never really dealt with. I am to get out of my head and into the mindset of what this role requires. It is just a professional arrangement, after all. I am not really changing who I am as a person. Wearing one of Leticia's elegant cocktail dresses has me feeling a lot like another person too. Leticia has so many outfits that it boggles my mind. She is 4 inches taller than I am and slender, while I have some curves, but she managed to find a few things of hers that fit me nicely, generously giving them to me. Plus, she is going to help me select my outfits for the selection event, so I will present myself well alongside the other candidates there. She is kind of like a mentor to me, helping me to see that this is not really as intimidating as I thought it was. I have attended formal events before for free, so why not get paid to attend them in a particular way some wealthy client prefers? The door opens, and she walks in carrying a leather-bound planner and some etiquette books. "Ready to begin?" I stand up quickly, smoothing down the dress. "Yes, I think so." "Good. First lesson is about proper formal introductions and social grace. The clients who participate in this program expect a certain level of sophistication." She sets the books down on an elegant desk. "Your client most likely will expect you to know basic etiquette for high society events." "Understood," I say, feeling a bit nervous. "Excellent," she says with an encouraging smile. She walks over to demonstrate proper posture and movement. "Remember, confidence is key. Even if you feel uncertain, you must project poise." With a smile, she has me practice walking across the room several times, correcting my posture. "Better. Your presence will soon become natural." She demonstrates again. "If you kept practicing, it would eventually become second nature. But I do not want you to worry about perfecting everything today. We are just getting you familiar with the expectations. I suppose we all have to learn these skills somehow. It is like learning any new professional role. I stand a bit straighter, trying to embody the elegance she is teaching. Exactly. These skills will serve you well in any professional setting. And if you do find yourself uncertain in any situation, just remember the basics we practice here. The clients usually will provide additional guidance specific to their expectations when you begin the arrangement. She walks over to the desk and gestures for me to join her. Getting back into practice mode, I compose myself and approach. Now what? I ask as I wait for her to show me what is next. Now I want to go over conversational skills. You will need to be able to engage in sophisticated dinner conversation. We will practice with some common topics. She sits down gracefully, and I take the position across from her. I feel kind of inexperienced doing this. I did not grow up attending formal dinners or high society events. It feels unfamiliar for me to be learning this, but I have to give it a try. It could mean better opportunities for me if my skill set is broader. So far, I have only indicated a few things I am comfortable with on the questionnaire. Event attendance is acceptable, and some forms of travel assistance are as well. But nothing has been checked on the extended social engagement list, the list that includes things like weekend retreats and multi-day events. That is something Leticia has told me is a real advantage and not nearly as demanding as I have been thinking. Ready? She asks me as she opens one of the etiquette books. I think so, I say, then take a deep breath. You need to relax, Petra. You are supposed to seem comfortable in these settings. You know what I mean? She asks me as she demonstrates a relaxed but elegant posture. Seem comfortable, I say. Yeah, okay. I try my hardest to breathe in and out to calm myself, but it does little to help me. I am just going to be nervous about it right now. That is just how it is. She began the first practice conversation about art and culture. The first topic is not that bad. I managed to contribute some thoughts on a recent museum exhibit I attended. Another topic comes up about international travel, and now I can feel my inadequacy showing. I stumble over my response about a place I have never been. One more question about fine dining has me feeling completely out of my depth. I do not know much about that, I admit. Leticia smiles encouragingly and helps me understand. That is exactly why we are practicing. Tell me what feels most challenging to you. Unfamiliarity. I feel like I do not know enough about these topics, and I kind of feel inadequate. I place my hand on the desk to steady myself. That is completely normal. I want you to try something, she directs me. I do as she has said, and watch her as she pulls out a list of suggested reading materials and documentaries. What are these for? Education, she says with a wink. Can you commit to learning about these topics? My voice comes out uncertain, like study them all. She nods. Not memorize everything. Just familiarize yourself enough to hold a conversation. Okay, I say as I nod. I am not really sure about this, but I suppose it is not much different than studying for any other professional development course. She slides the list toward me and smiles. You are already more cultured than you think. That foundation will help. And what does that mean? I ask as I look over the reading list. It means you might end up enjoying learning about these topics. Her eyes meet mine. Do you mind if we practice a mock dinner conversation now? Now. I ask as I look at her. Leticia. Some of the clients like to have companions who can discuss current events and cultural topics. Last year, mine took me to a charity gala where I had to mingle with philanthropists and business leaders. It was enlightening. It is not that I prefer high society to my normal life, but it opened my eyes to a different world. So, can we try the practice conversation? I nod as I consider this new perspective. Her demeanor becomes more formal as she begins asking me questions about recent news and cultural events. I am riddled with curiosity about this world I am about to enter. Is it really that sophisticated? Leticia maintains her formal demeanor and gives me an approving nod. The program matches candidates carefully. I do not want you to feel unprepared if your client asks you to attend important events.
Wait, I say as I think about what exactly she is asking of me.
Can I not specify that I am only comfortable with certain types of events? You can, but why would you, she asks. It is just conversation and social presence. I am not experienced in that world, I say and look at her with concern. Neither was I when I started, she says, then walks over to a bookshelf and takes out a small notebook. What is the difference, she asks calmly, between learning these skills now or figuring them out as you go? A lot, I tell her as I shift in my seat. Open your mind, Petra. Become the confident professional that resides within you. You have no idea how much you will be able to impress your client if you are prepared. And in turn, you will find yourself gaining experiences you never knew were possible. My heart is pounding. My mind is racing, and I do not understand why I feel so anxious. I kind of want to prove to myself that I can do this. But then again, I have doubts. Reaching out to take the notebook, I see my hand shaking. Do you think this preparation will help me to get ready for the huge adjustment I am in for? I think each thing we do here will help you to be what you will need to be for the client who selects you for the summer. If they are pleased with your professionalism, they usually add generous bonuses to the compensation you are already getting. You want the best outcome, do you not? Money opens doors to opportunity. But I do want as much financial security as I can get. I only plan on doing this once. I might as well make the most professional impression I possibly can, right? So, how comprehensive is this training going to be, Leticia?
Oh, let us just take it step by step.
I will show you what impresses sophisticated clients. You will be surprised how quickly one adapts. And with that, we dedicated ourselves to the preparation, losing track of time as she showed me etiquette I had never learned before. By the time we finished, I sat there exhausted, my mind reeling from everything I had discovered about this world. As confidence filled me, and knowledge still resonated in my thoughts, I found myself feeling a lot better about what I had gotten myself into. My professional polish was developing under Leticia's guidance. With her training me, I was sure I would make some clients satisfied with what I could offer. And with that would come all the money I would need to secure my future as a teacher. And no one would ever need to know how I earned the money.
Chapter 6. Owen. Picking up my cell, I make a call to the program to finalize the arrangements for the apartment I rented there for the summer. And I want to know more about this new woman, Petra Bakari. Isabel, at your service, Mr. Cantrell. My call is answered by a happy-sounding feminine voice. Hello, Isabel. And how are you doing this fine Saturday afternoon? I run my pencil over the paper I have written my list of preferences, giving it one more look before I finalize the details. More than fine, sir. How can I help you? As you are aware, I am sure, I have rented an apartment at the estate again for the summer. A place for my companion to stay. I need to confirm my preferences. Can you take this information for me? I can. I am ready when you are. Picking up my list, I go through it. I need to ensure complete privacy is maintained at all times. My identity must remain anonymous throughout the arrangement. I prefer minimal personal conversation and a professional distance maintained. Excuse me, sir, Isabel cuts in. Yes. Do you have any specific accommodation preferences for the apartment? Elegant furnishings. Everything should be refined and comfortable, please, I clarify. Ensure the space is well appointed. And I want premium amenities throughout. I will be providing some personal items separately to ensure my privacy is protected. That sounds perfect. I see you have filled out everything else. You are all set, Mr. Cantrell. We cannot wait to see you in 2 weeks. I wanted to ask about a new young lady who has appeared on the site. Petra Bakari. Can you tell me anything about her? There is some tapping as she looks her up on the computer, then she says, oh yes. Here she is. It looks like she is receiving some preparation from another young lady with whom she goes to college. Petra is in school to become a teacher, kindergarten through 5th grade. Her list of what she is comfortable with is fairly conservative. Tapping my pencil on my kitchen table, I ask, "Can you let her know she has an interested client?" "Of course." "Good. Let her know what my preferences are. I want to make sure she knows about my need for complete anonymity. I prefer minimal physical contact and maintain professional boundaries at all times. I generally prefer my companion to be discreet and only engage in conversation when appropriate. I do not require extensive interaction. She is under a professional arrangement, and that is the nature of it. I am not interested in anything beyond the agreed terms. I value privacy and discretion above all else. I prefer to have my own schedule and time alone, as the companion should have her independence as well. Not that we will interact much. I do not allow personal attachment. Make that clear. I can do that for you. I will just send her an email. I am sure she will be very interested to hear about your inquiry, Mr. Cantrell. Her use of my name worries me, so I add, Isabel, I do not want her to know my name. Just let her know she has someone who is interested in her selection, and nothing more than what my preferences are. Okay. Sir, anonymity is always the #1 rule in the summer companion program. You have nothing to worry about, except the fact that 2 others have already made calls to me about this young woman. You should also select a few more candidates, in case this one is matched with another client. My blood begins to boil as I think about anyone else selecting her. No, I say sternly, my voice sharp with warning. The tip of my pencil breaks as I press it too hard on the list I made. I will not be considering anyone but Petra Bakari. She is the only one this year who is of any interest to me. If I do not get matched with her, then I guess I will go without. Sir, there are always companions available on a day-to-day basis if that happens. You have nothing to worry about. But I really do think you should consider selecting a few more candidates. It is just a smart thing to do. I know that. I have done that in previous years. But there is something about this one that makes my pulse race, you know? I see. Well, good luck then. I wish you all the best. You can rest assured that your apartment will have everything arranged as you requested, and that it is being all taken care of as we speak. The space is yours, whether you are matched with Miss Bakari or not. At the very least, you will have a place to retreat to if you so desire. Here at the Summer Companion Program, we always make it our business to please our members. Our entire staff will be at your disposal. Have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you. If there is nothing else, I will bid you good day. There is nothing more that I need. Only to be matched with her. Goodbye. I end the call and put my phone down. Drumming my fingers on the tabletop, I cannot stop thinking about someone else being matched with her, and how frustrated it makes me. This has never happened to me before. I cannot say that I like it. But I cannot say that I hate it either. Already this woman is bringing more out in me than anyone ever has, and we have yet to even meet. Pulling up her picture on the site again, I tap the button and print it out. The sound of the printer in my office that is just off the kitchen buzzes, and I hear it bringing the woman I cannot stop thinking about a bit more to life for me. 2 weeks seems like an eternity to find out if I can offer more than the others who are interested in her. I have to be matched with her. I have to.
Chapter 7. Petra. Sipping on a glass of red wine, I relax beside the pool at Leticia's apartment complex. Wearing a conservative swimsuit, I am getting some sun while enjoying the warm afternoon. Leticia says presenting oneself well is important, so we are taking time to relax before the selection event that is in 2 weeks. My nerves have subsided a lot since I have been preparing. Reading all I can about professional etiquette has helped tremendously as well. Picking up my cell, I checked my social media and saw that I had gotten an email from the Summer Companion Program. "Hey Leticia, I have an email from the program. Do you think they are telling me I cannot participate in the selection event? I ask with worry threading through my voice. No, silly, she says, then waves her hand as if to push away my bad vibes.
Just read it.
My hand is shaking as I swipe the screen. Taking a breath, I see it is from the program manager, Isabel Delian. It says I have an interested client, and he would like for me to know what he expects from the arrangement. Leticia pulls her expensive shades down and looks at me with interest. Really? Does it say what his preferences are?
Yes, I say as I look over the rest of the message.
Listen to this, Leticia. Our member requires a companion who will stay in a private apartment here at our estate. She will reside there for the 3-month contract and will accompany him on outings only if the client so desires. Very private, Leticia says, sounding thoughtful. Like, I will be staying there the whole time if he selects me. I ask with hesitation. Oh, I do not know about this. Keep reading, Petra, she urges me as she refills our wine glasses. Okay, it says here that he prefers minimal physical contact and maintains strict professional boundaries. Various protocols will be in place to ensure privacy and discretion. He values his anonymity highly, and may not reveal his identity at all. Oh, and he is not interested in any informal social activities. That is good to know. I shift in my seat, thinking about how formal this arrangement sounds. That is actually easier for you. You do not have to worry about complicated social situations. She hands me the filled glass of wine, and I take a sip to steady my nerves. Reading on, I say, it goes on to say that he values extreme privacy and may not allow face-to-face interactions. He is someone who guards his identity carefully, and may maintain complete anonymity throughout. I give Leticia a worried glance.
What if there is something concerning about him?
Shaking her head, making her spiral curls bounce around, she says, that does not matter at all. The program screens everyone thoroughly. You have to maintain professionalism, regardless of the specifics. I nod and finish reading. If this client selects you, you can expect periods of independence, as he values his own schedule and privacy. He expects discretion and professionalism at all times. See you in 2 weeks. Have an awesome weekend, Miss Bikari.
So he sounds very private, Leticia says, then takes a sip of her wine.
He sounds unusual, I say as I put my cell down on the little glass table and take a longer sip of my wine. Why do you think he wants me to stay in an apartment where I will have so much time alone? And when he does want to meet, it sounds as if the interactions will be very formal and distant, then he leaves again. That sounds kind of isolating.
Not necessarily.
You get compensated well, and you have independence and free time. That is valuable.
At some apartment inside of an exclusive estate.
I do not know about this. I take another sip, and find Leticia shaking her head. Look, it sounds like this person needs a very discreet arrangement. He might be someone prominent, who cannot risk any public connections. Instead of hiring through traditional channels, he uses this program. You are vetted, professional, and not a risk to his privacy, she says as she applies sunscreen to her arms, then hands the bottle to me.
Put some of this on too.
Doing as she says, I feel a little disappointed about this interested party.
I do not know.
To be honest, I have kind of romanticized who would select me. You know, someone interesting who is successful and has fascinating stories to share. We would have engaging conversations, and things would be pleasant. And the two of you would become friends and stay in touch after, she adds with a laugh.
That is not going to happen.
That is not what this is about at all. This is about having their needs for privacy and discretion fulfilled with someone who will maintain confidentiality after the summer ends, Petra. Do not get emotionally invested in this. You are the professional the client has hired for a few months to provide a specific service. Nothing more than that. I do not want you to be disappointed. In this line of work, your emotions have no place in it.
Is the lecture over?
I ask her with a smile. She nods. As long as you understand things clearly. I have been trying to show you how professional this arrangement is. Not all clients care about making personal connections. They paid a fee for discretion and privacy. You are essentially their employee. Not that I like to think in those terms, but if you think the person who selects you will develop any kind of personal relationship with you, I am afraid you are in for disappointment. Okay, I get it. This person just wants a professional arrangement, someone available when needed like no traditional employee would be. He wants the service without any emotional complications, so everyone maintains appropriate boundaries. If he has other obligations, he has not shared anything personal. Only a business transaction. Am I on the right track? I ask her as she fans herself. It is getting warm out here. And you are on the right track. She gets up, grabbing the half-empty bottle of wine and her glass. Come on, let us go inside. Enough sun for today. I get up and follow her. Who knows? He may not even be the person who selects me. I should not worry, right? You should never worry, Petra. There is nothing to worry about. This time, you will get someone who has specific preferences. Next time it might be someone completely different. She stops at the door to her apartment. I reach around her to open it as her hands are full.
This will be the only time I do this, Leticia.
I am in it for the $20,000 to pay for next year's classes, and that is it. She and I go inside, and I close the door behind us as she smiles knowingly. You will see, Petra. Not only is the money helpful, but the experience can be valuable too. You begin to appreciate the opportunities. Grabbing my cover-up off the chair I left it on, I wrap it around me and take a seat on the soft, cushioned sofa. I do not think I will want to repeat it. Especially if my first experience is with someone who treats me like an employee, and nothing more. Putting her cover-up on the chair opposite from me, she sits down carefully. Petra, even if you do not enjoy the experience the first time, you will see that the financial security it provides is worth considering again. Privacy is also a huge part of the attraction to this type of arrangement. The things you will experience that you will never tell a soul about will remain confidential, where only you know what transpired. But you said that some arrangements involve attending events with other people present. Now that is not a secret, I remind her, then set my empty wine glass on the table between us and lean back on the sofa. It still is. While you are at those events, knowing others are there, you know they will never reveal your name, what you do for a living, or anything personal about you. That is what makes it all so professional and secure. We are like a group of professionals who maintain strict confidentiality about all members. I want to be a teacher of little kids, Leticia. What if this does leak out somehow? What would happen to the career I have worked so hard for? I ask as I sit up and feel the butterflies begin to flutter in my stomach. What if the very thing I do to make sure I get my career is the thing that takes it all away from me?
Now you are just being dramatic, she says as she waves her hand through the air.
She has this way of dismissing concerns. It is kind of funny, but effective because it seems to work like magic. I lean back, feeling like she is right and that I am overthinking things again. I will let it go. Who knows if I will ever do this again or not? You might consider it, she says with a knowing look. And the apartment 3 doors down is going to be available in the fall. You should rent it. Your rent has to be out of this world, I say as I look around her place.
I have never seen anything so nice in my life.
I could never afford it. You will be able to. You will see, she says, then gets up. I am going to shower. You should too. Then we will get dressed up and go out to a club. It is Saturday night, and I think you should get out while you can. You might be spending the summer in a very quiet environment. Getting up, I make my way to the guest room I have been staying in since she took me into her preparation program. You are right. And maybe meeting new people would be good. She stops and looks at me with a serious expression on her face. No. You cannot get involved with anyone right now, Petra. You have already been screened for health clearances. You cannot risk any complications until after the arrangement. It is in the rules. Did you not read them all? I did, but I guess I did not fully understand that one. I thought it just meant being careful. No. Nothing that could compromise your health screening. You need to stay healthy and avoid any risks. If you bring any health concerns to your client, then you breach the contract. That means avoiding anything risky, Petra. Even catching a cold could be problematic. Why do you think I have you on the vitamin regimen and the exercise schedule that I do?
I thought that was so I would be in great shape.
You should explain things better, I tell her as I walk away. I get it now. Stay healthy, avoid risks, and take care of myself. Exactly, Petra, she tells me firmly. I understand completely, Leticia. Health and professionalism are the priorities, I say, then give her a reassuring smile.
So we understand each other then?
With a nod, I walk into the bedroom and think about what I have gotten myself into. I have committed to a very formal professional arrangement, and will soon be allowing someone to maintain complete control over the terms of our interaction. What am I thinking?
Chapter 8. Owen. The expensive brandy I have sipped on to steady my nerves has done little to help. The night has come. The selection event will begin in just a little while, and I have seen Petra in person. Her beauty was not given justice by the one picture the site had posted of her. The way her silky black hair hangs to her waist stirs something deep inside me. I can already imagine the conversations we might have. She is wearing what all the other candidates are wearing tonight, a formal black cocktail dress that goes to just below the knee. Elegant and professional, it presents each candidate appropriately. All of them look polished and ready for the interviews. Petra Bakari has on very little makeup. She is a natural beauty. Her heart-shaped face is accented with a subtle glow. Her skin looks healthy and fresh, as if she takes excellent care of herself. That one there, she is new, some older gentleman says as he points at Petra through the observation window where candidates are waiting. I saw her on the site. She is one of my favorites. I make my way to where he is sitting and clear my throat, then say, I saw her profile of what she is comfortable with, and it is pretty limited. New is not always ideal. He looks at me with faded blue eyes and nods. I know her comfort level is restricted, but with someone experienced like me, I can help expand her capabilities. Push her past her boundaries? I ask with a frown. Not very professional of you. Push, he asks with a smile. No, not push. Encourage. Her boundaries just need to be tested for her to develop into what I need her to be. Another man joins us at the spot in front of the window where the candidates are being interviewed one by one. The setup is formal and organized. Program coordinators are conducting preliminary interviews, and the way Petra carries herself with her head held high and her posture confident is remarkable for someone who has never done this before. A thin man with a long moustache takes a seat near me and the gentleman who I will be competing with to be matched with Petra. I heard you two talking about my preferred candidate, Petra Bakari. I hope you will not be disappointed when I am matched with her. It is surprising how quickly my concern rises at the thought of her being matched with someone else. And what would your expectations be for the arrangement? I ask him. I have very specific requirements. I need someone who will assist with some unusual personal matters. Medical record organization is one of my particular interests. I would have to train her extensively, of course. It is not on her list of skills, but I am sure if I can get her to help me with my filing, then she will manage other tasks too. I have a complete home office set up at my place. You live in Portland? The older gentleman asks. The man adjusts his moustache. I do. I decided to ask him a question too. And you work in the medical field? No, I am a computer programmer. But my organizational needs are extensive. I have spent quite a lot of money setting up my home office, and I have been eager to get someone who will work with my system. This will be my first arrangement through the program. "Congratulations," the older gentleman says as he nods approvingly. I lean back in my comfortable chair and try not to think negative thoughts about the men, but I cannot help it. One wants to make her his personal assistant for the next 3 months with oddly specific tasks, and the other wants to push her boundaries until she complies with what he wants. It makes me uncomfortable and concerned at the same time. I have to be matched with her, or she will end up with one of these questionable characters. All three of us become quiet as Petra is called in for her formal interview. The program coordinator leads her to a professional interview room. She sits down gracefully and answers questions with poise. The coordinator reviews her qualifications and comfort levels, asking standard questions about her expectations and boundaries. The older gentleman shifts forward in his seat. Excellent composure. I appreciate someone who can maintain professionalism. I want someone who will appreciate structure and clear expectations. And she seems adaptable. I cannot wait to have the arrangement finalized. My stomach tightens as I listen to him talk about the woman who has been in my head so strongly since the moment I saw her picture. Her profile says that she has limited experience with demanding schedules. That means she will struggle with extensive requirements, I say, hoping to discourage him. She will learn to adapt, he tells me, with a confident expression. When she gets rewarded after meeting expectations, she will actually exceed them the way all the others have. I keep my thoughts to myself, but would love to let him know that is only because of the substantial compensation he must be offering. I see. My attention returns to the interview as the coordinator reviews Petra's educational background and career goals. For the first time ever, I feel protective of someone going through this process. I do not think such extensive questioning is really necessary, I find myself saying out loud. Nonsense, the thin moustache man says. I think it is thorough. Not only do we get to understand the candidate's qualifications, but this also shows me that this one has no issues with detailed expectations, something I plan to have for her regularly. The tasks I will assign her. I am so excited to get started. Will the selection process begin soon? In about an hour or so, the older gentleman says. We have to review all the candidates. How many more have you selected, in case you are not matched with Petra, he asks the thin man. 2. But I really want Petra. They look at me, and I simply look back at them. What makes you think I am interested in her? She has limited experience. I am sure she will struggle with the arrangement right away, and terminate the contract before anything productive can even happen. She is a risky choice in my opinion. The two smile as they look at one another, then the older gentleman says, Good. Then it is only you and me who will compete for her. That will mean we have to offer less compensation. I move away from the men. My concern is growing for Petra being matched with either of them. Retreating to a far corner, as Petra has finished her interview and has to wait while another candidate is evaluated, I sit down and think about my summer plans. I saw 2 new restaurants I plan on visiting while I'm here. There was also a new venue I noticed when I drove in from the airport. I rented a very nice hotel suite, and am already set up there. My evenings will be filled with fine dining and perhaps some socializing. I will most likely meet different people each night, enjoy pleasant conversation, then return to my hotel. The next day, I can visit my companion, spend the agreed-upon time, then leave her to her own activities while I explore the area. Alone. Blissfully alone, and with this tension that has filled me, it is beginning to ease. All I need is an arrangement where I can maintain my privacy with no complications. Is that too much to ask? If I could have such an arrangement consistently, I cannot imagine all I could accomplish. So many times I want professional distance, without the need for emotional entanglement and all the expectations that go with that. If I could find someone who would be comfortable with that, my life would be simpler, I think. Maybe one day I will move past this need for isolation. But then again, since I found this program, I do not know if I ever will. Before I found this place, I tried traditional arrangements, but feared they would compromise my privacy. I do not want to be known as someone who needs unconventional arrangements, mainly because I could probably have conventional relationships. But just like with Dina and a host of other women, I can have what I want, but they want something out of me too. Here, with the companion I select, I get to have things exactly the way I want them, with no expectations, emotional demands, or pressure. I do not need or want a demanding woman in my life right now. My parents showed me what married life is really like. I am not falling for the idealized version others describe. A partnership where love and commitment take center stage is what the married men I know claim. I think they just want to lure more single men into the complicated situations they are living in. They say misery loves company. But I am not about to put myself into a difficult situation the way my parents did. What is concerning is that even though divorced, those two still managed to complicate each other's lives. Leaving mom did not make dad or her any happier. It makes me think that once that special someone gets under your skin and into your heart, you cannot get them out, even if they drive you absolutely mad.
Chapter 9. Petra. With the interview process over, I sit and wait with the other women to find out if anyone will select me or not. It seems the clients behind the observation window can request additional information about the candidates, but no one has asked anything about me yet. Leticia pats my hand as we sit next to each other. It is okay, Petra. This part is nearly over. One of the program coordinators comes to get her and takes her away to answer someone's question. Then I find another coordinator coming to get me. Come on. Someone wants you to state your name and age. Why? I ask as I let him lead me to the interview area. That information is on the profile. I guess he wants to hear your voice, he tells me as he takes me to a designated spot in front of the observation window. Go ahead. Say what I told you to. My name is Petra Bakari. I am 21. He leads me back to the waiting area. Okay, Petra, back you go. Do you think anyone will select me? I ask with worry, as a few of the other candidates have already been matched with clients. Are you kidding? He asks me with a reassuring smile. You are impressive. Do not worry. The only reason you are still waiting is because you have more than one interested client, and there is a competitive selection process happening. Those women who have left already only had one interested party. All of you who are left will be matched. It is just a matter of with whom. Relief fills me as I take a seat and do not have to worry about going through all of this, only to be told no one wants to work with me. More than one client is interested. Leticia comes back to sit next to me, taking my hand and smiling. Is this not exciting? Nerve-wracking, is what I say, then I hear her name called and she gets up, leaving me alone. Bye, she says. See you back here at the end of summer. We will meet here and fly back together. I cannot wait to hear all about your experience. Getting up, I embrace her tightly. Goodness, I am nervous. She pats my back as she hugs me. It is all going to be okay. Just remember all I have taught you, and things will be fine. And like you have been told numerous times, if you feel unsafe or uncomfortable, all you have to do is call the hotline to be removed from the arrangement right away. It is all safe, Petra. With a nod, I let her go and feel like I might get emotional. But I put on a brave face for her. Okay. Thanks for everything, Leticia. See you in 3 months. Bye. She is escorted away, and we wave to each other as she goes. I sit back down and fight the urge to get overly emotional. One of the other women looks at me with sympathetic eyes. It is okay to be nervous. This is my 5th arrangement, and I still get anxious. But it all works out quickly once you meet your client. I have never had a difficult one. Most of them are focused on maintaining professionalism. The experience is sure to be worthwhile. I nod and think about the arrangement some stranger is about to finalize with me. It does little to calm me down. Some client I have never met will expect certain things from me, and I have agreed to this arrangement. The program manager, Isabel, comes to me with a piece of paper in her hand.
Come with me, please.
She walks purposefully, and I get up to follow her, wondering what is going on. We go back to her office where she gestures for me to take a seat, and she goes to sit behind her oak desk that is clear of any clutter. Placing the paper she holds on the desk, she pushes it toward me and pulls a pen out of the drawer. You did not mark this on the list of services you would provide, but you also did not mark it as unacceptable. You have an interested client. We will need your authorization first though. For what? I ask as I take the paper and see the words at the very top, personal health assistance. You do know what that means, do you not? She asks me. With a nod, I say, I do. Did this person specify what kind of tasks he wants help with? You see, I did not know what to indicate, as the list was extensive. I do not mind helping with basic wellness activities.
But there are things I am not comfortable with.
Okay, check off what you are comfortable doing on this list here. I will enter that into the system, and then we will know if that client will actually pursue the match or not. Looking it over, I find that I am not comfortable with most of the requests. I end up checking that I will help with scheduling wellness appointments and some other straightforward tasks like that, but most go unchecked. I push the paper back to her after I sign it. Those things I did not check, I want to be marked as unacceptable. I will not do any of them. With a nod, she takes the paper and says, "Go back to the waiting area, please." She hurries off as I take my time in the hallway, not in a rush to go back and sit down again. The sound of a door opening draws my attention, and I look behind me, finding a tall, well-built man with dark waves that hang to his broad shoulders is looking at me with a slight smile on his face. He gives me a small wave as we make eye contact. I wave back and smile at him too. He looks like he could be on television, in his elegant dark suit. His appearance is polished and professional. So incredibly striking. Now, he is the kind of person I imagined might participate in this program. And Leticia acted as if successful, attractive people did not even exist here. But he does exist. And he is looking at me with what seems like interest. He might be a potential match. He might be the client I get paired with for the next 3 months. I wonder if I can speak to him, or ask him if he is considering selecting me. He is not looking away or moving. I could approach him and just ask that simple question. Our eyes lock for only a moment, then my name is called and I have to go. He walks away, and I watch him as he moves with confidence. He seems so familiar. Walking down the hallway to find out who has been matched with me, I think about why the man looks so familiar. Then it hits me. I have seen him on television before, on a reality show. Beverly Hills, something or other. It is a show about plastic surgery, and he is one of the surgeons. My goodness, what if he was the one who requested the personal health assistance and I have made a mistake? I was not comfortable with those tasks, but if he is the one requesting them, then maybe I should have reconsidered. I wonder if I can get Isabel to revise my responses. But my name has already been called, and that means the matching is complete. Why did I not think about who might be making such a request? That doctor is incredibly accomplished, and I may have been too hasty in my response to those questions. He seems very professional. Oh no. Now who will I be matched with? The man's name is escaping me as I go to the designated meeting area. His name is on the tip of my tongue. I can almost recall it. One of the coordinators is waiting for me with a welcoming gesture. Here she is. Petra Bakari. Then the name comes to me, and I whisper to myself, Dr. Owen Cantrell.
Chapter 10. Owen. I did not expect to find Petra in the hallway, but when I came out of the restroom and saw her standing there, I almost went straight over to her, which is discouraged by the program protocols. Somehow I managed to stay right where I was and only look at her. Her smile was bright and she looked pleasant. Not that she knows who I am. I always let my hair grow out for the summer. On the shows it is kept short, and I make them use a lot of makeup on me, so that I am not recognized very easily when I come to Portland. And I maintain strict anonymity with the companions I work with, just to be completely safe about it. When our eyes met, I felt more than a passing interest in her. If I am matched with her, I do not know exactly how the arrangement will unfold. I have a feeling I might adjust from my usual approach. I heard her name announced, and had to hurry to get back to the selection room. Isabel must have gotten back with the results she said she would need, if one particular client pursues Petra, something I hope he will not do. It will be much easier if it is only the older gentleman and me. I have already placed a substantial offer in the envelope I gave Isabel. I doubt that man has as much resources as I have to commit for such an arrangement. It is interesting, but I am glad she got to see my face. Once I have the arrangement finalized, she will not see it again due to my anonymity requirements, but I will be able to check on her well-being remotely. The monitoring system was installed, and I will be able to ensure everything is appropriate with my phone when I am away. As I walk into the room, I see another man has decided to pursue Petra. Isabel is taking his envelope, and my heart starts to pound. She looks at me with a professional smile. Good. You are back. We can announce who will be matched with Petra Bakari now. The older man looks at me with a disappointed expression. I thought you were not interested in her. With a shrug, I take a seat with the rest of them and wait to see what Isabel has to say. She looks at the thin-moustached man and says, "I am afraid you will not be able to pursue Miss Bakari. She has marked all the services you requested as unacceptable. That leaves 3 offers for her." She opens my envelope first and looks at me. Very generous. I nod, and find myself hoping that the other 2 are lower. Looking out at Petra as she stands there, waiting to see who will be matched with her, I cannot stand the fact that she has to go through this. This does not come naturally to her. She is trying so very hard, but her expression gives away the nervousness she is experiencing. And who could blame her? Never have I felt so much concern for any woman here, or anywhere else for that matter. Her brown eyes reflect only slight anxiety, as she holds a composed smile on her face. I wonder how difficult it is for her to maintain her composure while she waits. I wonder if she has expectations for what she is about to experience. Will she find the arrangement acceptable? Will she appreciate her independence and privacy? Will she be content when I check in with her? Shaking my head, I try not to think of her in the terms that she is already matched with me. There are 2 others who have placed offers for her, after all. Isabel opens the second envelope and looks at the new man. She says, "Another substantial offer." She gives no hint as to whether it was higher than mine or not, as she opens the third and final envelope. Before she can say a thing, the moustached man is back, waving an envelope and calling out, "I will not require the services on her unacceptable list. I will accept her parameters as they are. I want to work with her that much. Here, take my offer too." Rubbing my temples as the man is testing my patience, I almost tell him to move on to another candidate. Looking out at her, I want to walk out there, approach her, and finalize the arrangement immediately. Forget the other interested parties. I want to be matched with her. Isabel takes the other envelope and looks at the older gentleman as she nods. Another competitive offer for Petra Bakari. She puts it at the back of the stack she is holding and opens the last one that was just given to her. I watch her expression as she looks at all 4 of us. "Gentlemen, we have 4 substantial offers, and we also have 1 tie for the highest amount. If you will all write new offers for me, we can finalize this match." I take a deep breath as her assistant hands us new envelopes with the small pieces of paper inside of them. With no idea which number was the top one, I have no idea how much higher to go. With a glance at Petra, who looks anxious as she waits, I make a bold offer, one that I hope will see her matched with me for the summer. I close the envelope and hand it back to Isabel. Sitting back, I look at Petra as the others seem to deliberate over their offers. I have never committed this much for an arrangement before, but I have a feeling Petra will make it worthwhile. "Excuse me, I want to submit an offer," some man from the back says. I look back and see a tall, well-dressed man with an expensive watch, telling me he is most likely extremely wealthy. Now I am concerned. Isabel extends her hand for his envelope and gives me a slight look, conveying her acknowledgement of this complication. That tells me she knows how much this man is worth, and my chances have drastically declined. So, I take a moment to understand what the new candidate wants. So, if you do not mind me asking, what are your expectations for the arrangement? His eyes are dark and so is his short wavy black hair. I think he might be from Europe, and probably has significant holdings. I have a few requirements. But with her, I am thinking about bringing her to high society events. My wife and I often bring companions to social functions. He leans in to speak more quietly. Let us just say my wife and I have an understanding. We bring in a third person for social events, include her in our circle, and she essentially becomes part of our household staff. It is a complex arrangement, something my wife and I invest in every few years. It is our 5th anniversary, so I want to arrange something special. The way my stomach tightens is from discomfort with this arrangement. I cannot believe there are so many unusual requests in this program. Then I realize I am not exactly conventional myself. I want to maintain extreme privacy and keep her isolated. Somehow, I have rationalized my approach as less concerning than everyone else's. In my mind, at least. When the man extends his hand for a handshake, I have to reciprocate. Professional courtesy and all that. Good luck, I say, even though I do not mean it at all. Isabel looks around the room. Are there any more offers for Petra Bakari? Thankfully, no one else comes forward, as it is pretty obvious that the wealthy newcomer will likely win. All I can do is stare out the window at the woman who has filled my thoughts for a while now, and I do not think she will stop filling them just because she is matched with someone else. Actually, I think she will be even more in my mind, and I will be concerned about her well-being in his household. Excuse me, where are you from? I ask him, so I can have an idea of her potential location. With a polite smile he says, I am from New York. Why do you ask? Oh, just curious, I say, then look at Isabel, who has the first envelope open. She nods, puts it at the back and opens the next one. One by one she opens them all, then sets all but one of them down. With a professional gesture, she reaches for the microphone and gives us no hint as to who has been selected. Petra Bakari, you are to be taken to apartment 22. Your client will meet you there when he is ready. I almost cannot believe it, as I finally hear that I have been matched with her. My hands shake as I get up, and the others just look disappointed. I did it, I say quietly. I was matched with her. Isabel gives me a professional smile as she takes my hand, leading to where I will sign the contract. That was quite competitive, was it not, Mr. Cantrell? I have never been more invested in any arrangement in my life, I confess. I cannot believe it. Her assistant offers me a glass of champagne, as I take a seat to sign the papers that will bind us together for the next 3 months. Congratulations, he tells me as I try to sign the paper with my unsteady hand. You seemed concerned. I was. I have not thought of much else but her, since the first day she was listed. I had no backup plan. I finish signing the contract, and see her signature on it. Petra Bakari is matched with me. As I leave, I see the men who were competing have all moved on to other candidates. Thank goodness I made the highest offer. Petra will be well compensated for the arrangement. If she manages the funds wisely, she will have significant financial security. She will never have to do this again if she does not want to. Taking a sip of the drink, I go to find one of the staff to help prepare for my meeting with my new companion. I find a young woman who seems professional and ask, "Do you think you can do something for me?" "Of course," she says with the helpful tone all the staff seems to have. Taking her aside, I lead her toward the apartment Petra was taken to. I think that you might be a better person to help my new companion settle in. She looked a little nervous, and I want her to feel comfortable. But I am not going to interact with her extensively at first. I pulled the letter I had written to her out of my pocket and put it in the woman's hand. Give her this and let her read it. It will help her understand the arrangement. After she reads it, offer her a beverage if she wants one. Just something to help her relax. Then I want you to ensure the privacy protocols are in place. The apartment should be secure, and she should understand that I value discretion above all. And just before you leave her, remind her that I will arrive when I am ready. Understood, she says as we get to the door to the apartment. Oh. Should she be dressed in anything particular? There is a robe provided. Something comfortable for the evening. With a nod, she goes inside, and I head to the bar to get a drink. I need to calm down and collect myself. This woman is affecting me more than I anticipated. Taking a seat next to a man with salt and pepper colored hair, I give him a nod in greeting and order a whiskey. Taking the drink, I do not consume it quickly the way I want to. Instead, I take a sip and sit back. Did you finalize an arrangement in that selection event they had tonight? The man asks me. I did, I tell him, and decide to be a bit friendlier. I am Owen. Nice to meet you, Owen. I am Grant. He nods back at me as he lifts his glass to his lips. I did not see you in there, I say as I look at him. No arrangement for you? With a shake of his head, he says, I am not into anything long-term right now. Oh, neither am I. I am not looking for a relationship. I take another sip and watch him smile knowingly. If you were, this would be the wrong place for you. He chuckles a little. Well, that is not entirely accurate. I know that genuine connections can develop, even in unusual circumstances. Not often, but it has happened on occasion. The Summer Companion Program is not a place one comes to when searching for love, but it can develop between people every now and then. I am not worried about that happening. My companion will maintain complete privacy and professional distance. I make sure of that. I am keeping the arrangement strictly formal throughout the summer. Grant laughs and looks me over. Wow, that is quite controlled. Do women develop feelings for you easily? Is that why you have to be so careful? It might be hard to believe, but this appearance, my bank account, and my celebrity status make me somewhat attractive to people for the wrong reasons. But I do not want anyone who would only be interested in those superficial parts of me. If I could find someone to care about me for who I really am, then I might give her a chance. But then again, I might not. My parents have kind of damaged my perspective about relationships. They made it look like a disaster instead of the partnership we are all told about, he asks as he looks at me over his glass. A complete disaster, with 5 children they created to use as leverage against each other. I have often thought they had us only for the purpose of gaining allies behind each of them. Unfortunately for them, we all refused to take sides. But it has not stopped their battles. You would think their divorce would have ended their conflict over who wronged who more in their marriage, but no such luck. Why do they not just leave each other alone? Grant asks me like I have an answer. That is something none of us can figure out. Our father moved out of the house when he filed for divorce. He left Mom the house and all 5 kids to take care of, I tell him as I think about my difficult past. Mom was not about to be stuck with us, while Dad lived independently. So she sold the house and bought one right across the street from the house my father had purchased. That certainly sent a message, Grant says with a slight smirk. Yeah, and then the real conflicts began as they tried to influence us. A complete mess went on. One by one, my siblings and I distanced ourselves from them. A dysfunctional family can really affect one's outlook, he comments, then places his empty glass on the bar. Another, please. I have a father who is quite difficult. My mother passed away, and Dad is still living his life. Taking another sip of my drink carefully, I say, I am sorry to hear about your mother. A story for another time, Owen, he says with a somber expression. Should you not be getting to your new arrangement? Yes, I should. See you around, Grant. It was nice to meet you. As I walk away, I look over my shoulder and see the man looking contemplative. I feel I may have brought up difficult memories. And I thought I had complicated family issues.
Chapter 11. Petra. My entire body is shaking as I walk behind the coordinator who is taking me to apartment 22, the place I will be spending all summer in. I have no idea if the man I was emailed about is my match, or if it is someone else. All I know is that I am terrified. Who was I matched with? The coordinator shakes his head as he keeps walking without looking back at me.
That is not for me to say.
You will be given the compensation that he committed, minus the 20% the program receives, at the end of the period. Until then, it is up to your new client to provide room and board. So be professional, meet his expectations, and things will usually go well. And do not forget that you can always call the emergency number you were given if you want to end this at any time. You are always in control, Petra. Do not forget that. He looks back at me and gives me an encouraging smile, as if that is supposed to comfort me. Any time now some man will come to me and expect certain services. If I want the money he committed to compensate me, then I will fulfill the agreement. How badly do I want the money though? Do you know how much compensation I will be receiving? No. And neither will you, unless your client tells you. You should not ask. It is considered unprofessional. If he does not tell you on his own, then you will not find out until the end of the contract, when you go to Isabel to collect your payment for fulfilling the agreement. He glances at me over his shoulder. If you exceed expectations, most of the clients leave generous bonuses on top of what they have already committed.
Yeah, I have heard that.
I will do my best to meet my clients' expectations. I bite my lip as we walk through a crowded room full of people in formal attire. It is a networking event of some kind, but that is not what I am here for. I keep my composure as we go through the people who glance at me. New arrangement just finalized. Self-consciousness fills me as I hear quiet comments about me and my appearance. One would think you would not find such things bothersome, but I am feeling it pretty intensely. I have done this to myself. I have agreed to an unconventional arrangement for money, and this is how it feels. Leticia warned me about this. She told me the discomfort would not last. No one here is judging me. They all are a part of similar arrangements, providing professional services. Leticia said that I should look at what I do as a professional transaction. I have skills and he needs assistance. He is paid substantially for the services I will provide, and I should feel confident about being helpful to another person. I suppose the confidence will develop later because it is not in me right now. Thankfully, we leave the crowded room and end up in a long hallway. Elegant lighting illuminates each doorway. I see various indicators and ask, what happens here? These are private meeting rooms the members can reserve. The indicators show which rooms are occupied and which are available. He stops and turns around to look at me.
The program is very comprehensive.
I can see that, I say, looking around at the elegant facility. He continues walking, and we go until we leave that hallway and come to a door. He opens it using a card and in we go. It is well lit and charming. Ornate sconces hang on the wall, lighting the wide hallway. Are these the apartments?
Yes, they are.
This area is very secure. You do not have anything to worry about. At the far end of this hallway is the restaurant that is generally used by our residents. But make sure you discuss with your client about what arrangements he has made before you make plans. Some are very flexible, while others have specific protocols. As always, follow the agreement and things will go well. I nod as we stop at a door with the number 22 on it. The gold plate is shiny, and I think I will see this in my memory for years to come. The moment I saw the door behind which I will be spending my unusual summer. He opens the door without stepping inside. He gestures for me to enter my new residence. There is a nice-sized living room, complete with lavish furnishings. I turn back to look at the man who brought me here as he says, "This is where I will leave you, Miss Bakari. Enjoy your stay with us. Perhaps I will see you around sometime." "Perhaps," I say. "Thanks." I am not sure what I am thanking him for, but it seems like the appropriate thing to say. He closes the door, and I am left alone in my new residence. Making my way around, looking at everything before my client arrives, I find only 2 doors leading off from the living room. Opening one, I find a huge bathroom. A stand-up shower and a deep bathtub that takes up one side. There is a standard toilet and sink, then another door. I go inside and open it to find it is a closet, filled with various clothes. Upon closer inspection, I see it is all formal wear and casual elegant clothing. Everything seems high quality. The man who was matched with me must value presentation and professionalism. There are outfits suitable for staying in as well as going out, should that be part of the arrangement. There is another door, and I open it to find a normal-looking bedroom with elegant furnishings. The room is tastefully decorated in dark colors. I notice there is nothing unusual about the space.
This seems like a nice place to spend the summer, at least.
I can hear Leticia encouraging me in my head, "Stay positive, Petra." My attention is drawn as a knock comes at the bedroom door that connects to the living area. "Petra, are you in there?" comes a woman's friendly voice. "I am," I say and go to meet my first visitor. The door opens, and in walks a young woman with her hair in a neat braid. She is wearing the crisp uniform all the staff wear. Her identification badge has her name on it, Pat. Handing me a folded piece of paper, she says, "Read this, and then we can discuss the arrangement details." "Oh, would you like something to drink? You know, to help you relax."
No, thank you.
I would probably get nauseated if I had anything right now. I take the note and open it, to find he has written me something in his own handwriting. Immediately, I think about how formal and careful his writing is. "Petra. First, let me say how pleased I am that we have been matched. I have been interested in your profile since I first saw it on the program's website. That said, let me explain the arrangement. I am not interested in developing a personal connection. Please try your best not to take that personally. This is a professional arrangement for me. That is why I have committed substantial compensation. I value extreme privacy, and will maintain complete anonymity throughout our arrangement. I prefer minimal conversation during our scheduled meetings. If I ask you something, you may answer, but otherwise please respect my need for quiet. I prefer discretion and professionalism at all times. Here are the expectations. You will reside in this apartment. There are security cameras throughout, for safety purposes. I will be monitoring to ensure your well-being, even though I will not be present most of the time. You can order room service for all your meals. I ask that you maintain appropriate behavior, and limit alcohol consumption to 1 beverage per day if you choose to drink. I may modify these expectations as we proceed. I want you to enjoy your time and independence. There is a television, and an e-reader for your entertainment. Feel free to occupy yourself, however you wish within your residence. Respectfully, your client. Looking back up at Pat, I ask, will I ever get to know his name? Shaking her head, she walks toward a chair in the corner. Probably not. I would not ask either. It might be perceived as unprofessional. If you meet his expectations, you might receive substantial additional compensation. I interrupt her, a big bonus. Yes, I have heard. She gestures to the closet. He asks that you select something comfortable to wear for your first meeting. He values professional presentation. I go to the closet and select an elegant lounging outfit, comfortable but appropriate. I change in the bathroom, and then return to the room. Pat is waiting for me near the door. Here we go, Petra. He should be arriving shortly, for an initial meeting. My heart begins to pound, as I know I am about to meet the mysterious man who has arranged all of this. Will he be staying here in the apartment?
I think he has his own accommodations elsewhere.
That is what he has done in previous arrangements, she tells me. I look at her with surprise. Do you know how many previous arrangements he has had? She looks concerned.
Oh no, Petra.
I should not have said anything about his history. I am sorry. Please do not mention I said anything. With an understanding nod, I let her know her comment is safe with me. I do not want her getting in trouble for the little information she shared. Pat checks her watch. I should go. He values punctuality and privacy. See you later, I say as I look into her eyes. Her light green eyes are kind and reassuring. Pat moves toward the door as she says, everything is going to be fine. You will see. He has a reputation for being very professional. We have had no complaints about him from any previous companions. Do not mention I told you that. I should not be sharing anything, but you look so nervous that I felt I needed to help calm you down. He is a good person, Petra. Do not worry. I hear her footsteps as she walks to the bedroom door. Goodbye. He will arrive when he is ready. So now I sit and wait. For how long I do not know. I suppose this is part of the arrangement, respecting his schedule. This is unusual, but not terrible. He will come in, have a brief professional meeting with me, then leave, and I get compensated for that. I hear the front door open, and then the bedroom door opens. Before I can stop myself from speaking, I ask, are you my new client? I am, comes his deep voice.
Pleased to meet you.
And you as well. I hear him moving around. You will not be staying here with me, is what I understood from your letter. Is that correct?
I have accommodations in town.
You will be alone here most of the time. I am not sure how often I will visit. I do not understand, I say as I turn toward where I heard his voice come from. Why arrange for me if you do not want much interaction? To have the arrangement available when I want, he says directly. I am here for an extended stay, and will be pursuing my own activities. When I want your company, you will be available. Not enthused and somewhat disappointed too, I ask, what kind of arrangement did you have in mind? The terms were somewhat vague. I prefer minimal personal interaction, nothing more. Nothing to worry about or fear. I just need privacy, and want no personal attachment. Any warmth or familiarity from you is unnecessary and unwanted. You will not see my face. I want no personal terms. You call me sir when we communicate. Most of the time, you will simply be available here while I have my own schedule. I can see you are someone who likes conversation. You do not seem to have much control over that, do you? I ignore his comment and ask, how am I to never see you if you have to come in to meet with me? Communication will be minimal, and I will maintain my anonymity. Not to worry. You will be comfortable most of the time. Only when I need to check in will I require your presence. I want to know the man behind that voice, and it is frustrating that we are matched together, but he wants so little to do with me. But I am here for you in any capacity you need for the next 3 months. I do not know what you paid for this arrangement, but you can have so much more. I can accompany you to places. I am great company. And love to do all sorts of things. I can be an excellent companion to you. You do not need to be so isolated. We can spend time together if you want. He interrupts me. Please. You are not following the expectations, and I prefer to maintain boundaries. Speak when I ask you something. Other than that, please respect my need for quiet. I will arrange things as I prefer. All I want is privacy and minimal interaction. I apologize if this arrangement is not what you expected. But you have agreed to these terms. The television has all the channels. You have an e-reader on the bedside table, and can access all the books you want to read. Spend your time any way you wish, as long as it is within this residence. With a nod I sigh, yes sir. He could be more difficult, and I know that. I think I will respect his wishes, let him have the arrangement he wants, and receive my compensation at the end of this experience that is not anything like I thought it would be. But his voice is intriguing. I just wish I could see the man behind that voice. Petra, I know I wrote it all in the letter, but I want to be sure you understand that this is not personal. Please, he says, then I hear him step closer. Do not take anything about this arrangement to heart. This is not about you in any way. His presence is affecting me, and his voice is beginning to sound familiar. But I keep that to myself as I say the words he wants to hear. Yes, sir.
Chapter 12. Owen. Petra's presence is more affecting than I expected. I find myself wanting to actually have a conversation with her, something I never intended. I wanted this to be completely impersonal, but it is anything but that. She is intelligent and her voice is pleasant. Her responses are thoughtful and genuine. Standing near where she sits, I find myself saying, "Petra, you are the most interesting person I have been matched with." "Thank you," she says with that warm voice of hers. I should maintain more distance so I do not develop any attachment. Her voice is melodic, and on the deeper side for a woman. It is incredibly compelling, and I know I am going to allow more conversation than I permitted with any of the previous arrangements. Taking a moment to observe her composed demeanor, I find myself intrigued. "You carry yourself well," I tell her, meaning every word. "Thank you," she says again. "Petra, I know I said I wanted minimal conversation, but the fact is you seem like someone worth talking to, so feel free to speak more freely if you wish, okay?" "Oh yes, sir," she says as she relaxes slightly. "And if I may say so, you seem much kinder than I expected from your letter. And I mean that. I am not just saying it." A slight smile crosses my face. Something shifts between us then, and I find myself abandoning every protocol I had set for myself. What follows is an unexpectedly genuine conversation about her studies, her goals, her perspective on life. I am shocked at how engaged I become. I have never felt so interested in someone before. I am unsettled by it and need to leave. I have to get out of here. Taking a step back, I move toward the door. "Sir, are you upset? Did I say something wrong?" "No," I say, then head toward the bathroom to collect myself. I splash cold water on my face, trying to regain my composure. I shared more than I ever intended. What is wrong with me? I will go away for a few days and get myself under control. So what if she is fascinating? So what if talking to her feels surprisingly natural? I am not here to do anything more than maintain a professional arrangement, and I have broken all of my own rules about emotional distance. Drying my face, I go back to the bedroom to gather my things and leave before I do what I really want to, which is to continue our conversation, learn everything about her, and spend actual time together. She is sitting calmly where I left her. "Sir, are you okay?" "Yeah," I say, with a sharper tone than I meant to have. "It is not her fault, I am letting her affect me. Sorry. I am fine. I just need to go. You can get settled in, and I will return when appropriate. That is what this arrangement is for. Nothing more than that. Understood?" "Yes, sir." She seems disappointed, and I feel bad about what I have said. "I just thought that conversation went really well. I thought you might want to stay for a while and talk more. It was really pleasant. I was scared that this would be awful. It was such a nice surprise, and I am looking forward to getting to know you better this summer. I feel fortunate that you selected me, sir." I stop gathering my things as I look at her, and find myself genuinely touched. "Thank you, Petra. That is kind of you to say. And I thought it was pleasant, too." "I did. It is just that I arranged for you to maintain a specific type of relationship. And I did not interact with you the way I planned to for that to work. I am sorry for being too familiar, sir. But your voice is so familiar that my mind keeps trying to place it. You see, I saw a man earlier today that I think was you. Did you and I see each other today, sir?" I hesitate, knowing that we did see one another and she is figuring it out. But then I think about the fact that she still does not officially know my identity, so I admit it to her. "It was me who made eye contact with you in the hallway, Petra." "I knew it," she says, then pauses. "So Dr. Owen Cantrell is my client." My stomach drops. This changes everything.
Chapter 13. Petra. "Sir?" The sound of the closing door is all I hear. I am here alone, after our conversation went so wrong. And he left me. I stand there uncertain, wondering if he will send anyone to speak with me, or if this is the end of the arrangement. And it is all my fault. Why did I have to say his name out loud? Of course he did not go through all this trouble to maintain anonymity, if he wanted me to know who he was. I am an idiot. And now, what is he going to do? Probably terminate the arrangement. I bet he is going straight to Isabel and ending everything, and I will most likely be removed from the program. I am so foolish. Petra. I hear that woman who helped me earlier call out as the bedroom door opens. Hi. Your client asked me to check on you. Thank you, I call out. I have made a terrible mistake. I heard, she says as she enters. He is upset. Very upset. Yeah, I figured that out when he left without another word. What is going to happen? She gives me a sympathetic look. I do not know for sure. He did not tell me that. I do not know if he is going to Isabel, or what he is doing. He did say that you need to answer your phone if he calls you. She gestures toward the living area. Perhaps you should try to relax. I nod and she walks with me. I feel anxious and worried about what has happened. Maybe I should go see Isabel, I say as we enter the living room. No, she says as she turns to me. He said you should not leave the apartment. Just be patient. Wait for him to call or send you a message. Who knows, he might even come back. I just want to know one thing, I say, sitting on the sofa. Can you tell me anything about him? She shakes her head and sighs. Everyone who is employed here has stricter rules than any member does. If we give out what is considered classified information, we can be terminated and sued. But Mr. Cantrell is very particular about his privacy. She hesitated. Oh no, there I go mentioning him again. I lean forward, urging her to keep talking. Pat, please. I need to understand him. I need everything I can get to help salvage this arrangement. She looks around nervously. He has never let any companion know who he is. Even though you would be in serious trouble if you revealed his identity, you did sign the contract, and you could be taken to court if you ever told anyone about him. I know. I read it before I ever signed it. Plus, it was emphasized repeatedly by the coordinators and Isabel. I am not about to tell anyone a thing. If he had stayed a minute, he would have known that. I wonder if he is always so quick to react. I cannot say. I do not know him on a personal level, Pat says as she moves toward the kitchenette. I follow her, looking around the well-appointed apartment. Thanks for checking on me. I notice the tasteful decor and elegant furnishings. Do you know if I will get to keep the compensation if he terminates the arrangement? Pat looks uncomfortable as she fidgets. I do not know if you will or not. I mean, there's that 24-hour policy we have that says that if either party is not satisfied with the arrangement, then the contract can be completely voided. I do not want you to worry though. There are a few clients who were not matched with anyone. I am sure one of them would be interested. I turn to look at her directly, concerned. I do not want anyone else. My client seems like a good person. We had a genuine connection during our conversation. I felt something I have never felt before. I leave the kitchenette and go to the living room, worried about what I have done. Pat follows me and picks up the phone on the end table at the far end of the sofa. Housekeeping to apartment 22, please. She puts the phone down and then gives me an encouraging smile. Hey, why do not you order room service and get something nice to eat, along with a beverage to settle those nerves? Most likely, he will come around and realize that he can trust you. And when you do talk, if you do, remind him that you know your legal responsibility to him and maintaining his privacy. Settling on the sofa and picking up the television remote, I cannot even concentrate enough to choose anything. I guess there is a real possibility that I will never see him again, except on television. And that is making me feel terrible. I look up at her as she heads toward the door. Leaving already? It is expected that we keep moving and attend to everyone. But if I hear anything, I will call on the apartment line. The menu is on the table in the kitchenette. The refrigerator has beverages, and there are various snacks available. And coffee supplies. It is all included. Help yourself. Like it might be my last night here. I ask as she opens the door. She nods and slips out the door. And now I am all alone. It feels much worse than I expected. Owen may not come back. I may have to accept another client. And this may go from a promising situation to a complete failure. To be perfectly honest, I did not even mean for that to come out of my mouth. It was in my head, and somehow it just slipped out. I am going to explain that it was an honest mistake, if he ever gives me the chance to say anything to him. I will just say, hey, your voice is distinctive and memorable. I recognized you from the television show. Oh, and by the way, I have watched your show and found you impressive as a surgeon. I admire your professional accomplishments. I am sure he will understand and accept my apology, giving me another chance. Hopefully, he will return willing to continue our arrangement. Oh, the way the man communicates is impressive. Our conversation felt so natural. It is remarkable. I can imagine learning so much from him. Discussing interesting topics with him. I would be a respectful and discreet companion. If he would just come back, I could tell him all of this. Instead, here I sit, confined to this apartment. Looking around, I have to appreciate the elegant decor. The furnishings are sophisticated and clearly expensive. Looking around some more, I notice the art on the walls is abstract and tasteful. Modern pieces that suggest the owner has good taste. The apartment is beautifully appointed. Restlessness pulls me to get up, go to the kitchenette, and look at the menu. The cover shows an elegant presentation of various dishes. The inside of the menu has many appealing options. Everything looks professionally prepared. I sit at the little table with 2 chairs, look at the menu selections and sigh. I wish I could have had more time with Owen. If he does not ever come back to me, what will I do?
Chapter 14. Owen. With a glass of whiskey in my hand and half of it consumed, I have managed to calm myself down. I have stepped back from the panic I was experiencing, so I can evaluate my position. Okay, Petra knows who I am. That was always my biggest fear, that a companion would discover my identity, and then I would be in jeopardy of Hollywood finding out and I would lose the show. But with my nerves returning to a normal state, I think this may be exactly what I need. I need to face my fears. Petra has signed a contract that has stipulations about privacy, and some stiff penalties for breaking anything in that contract. I should be safe to continue this arrangement. And she and I have some genuine connection too. I would hate to end it when I have found someone so understanding of what I need. But I am bending too many of my own rules for her. First, I let her talk extensively when I needed to maintain distance. I also let myself become too engaged in our conversation. This whole time I have been thinking about maintaining emotional distance, and my mind is already focused on her. Picking up my cell, I give her a call to see what she thinks about things. I am relieved to hear her answer. Owen. Okay, I will allow that for now. I do want to talk to you on an equal basis, instead of a formal dynamic that would have you agreeing to anything I say. Okay, can we talk like 2 adults for a minute? We can, she agrees. I am sorry about blurting out your name. No, that is okay. I would rather know that you are aware of who I am, rather than you conceal it. I should apologize for my hasty retreat. That was a bit immature of me. I put the empty glass down, and devoted my attention to our conversation. I understand completely, she says with that pleasant voice of hers. I think I could listen to it for long periods of time. It is so soft, soothing, and genuinely warm. I am glad you do. I wanted to remind you about the contract we both signed. Owen, I would never tell a soul about you or anything about our arrangement. Contract or not, that is just not me. I am no gossip, And I knew coming into this that I would have to keep complete confidentiality about any member of this program. You have nothing to worry about with me. I promise you that. That is good to know. I appreciate it. It would bother me immensely if you terminated our arrangement, and another client selected me, she says, making me tense. Concern rises up in me. I did not think about that, I admit. If I terminate the arrangement, then I suppose one of them could select you. And you are sure that is not something you want? Owen, if you end our contract, then I am going home without completing the program. I do not want another client. Pat just told me that if you end our contract, then there will be a few clients who were not matched and they might want me. But I do not want anyone else. You are better than I ever expected. I want to complete this arrangement successfully. Compensation or no compensation. Her words, while unexpected, are good to hear. You would get the compensation either way. I would see to that, I tell her to ease her mind. That would not be fair. I would not even want you to do that. Do you know what I really want? What? I ask her, as I imagine her sitting in the apartment, perhaps looking out at the city. I do not want this to interfere with your summer plans, and I do not want you to select another companion. Let the arrangement be the same as it was before I figured out who you were. Curious about how she was able to figure out who I was so quickly, I asked, Petra, just how did you figure that out? I recognized you in the hallway. Your longer hair had me uncertain for a moment, but then I placed your face and there you were. Dr. Owen Cantrell is from a show I watch regularly. I have admired your work for 4 seasons. My chest fills up with an odd feeling. I have never been shy, but it feels kind of like that. Okay. So you also had my voice in your head then too, did you not? Well, truth be told, when I saw you, I hoped you had expressed interest in me and would be matched with me. I kept telling myself when I thought I recognized your voice, that I was just imagining things. And your name just came out unintentionally. I suppose my leaving confirmed it for you, I say, as I shake my head and think about all the things I could have said that would have redirected this. I could have just laughed and told her she was mistaken. Well, yeah. It certainly indicated that you were the person I thought you were. She laughs a little, and I appreciate the sound. I am bothered by the fact I appreciate so much about her. This is a temporary arrangement, and that is all it is. With that thought, I let her know exactly how I approach things and how our time together from here on out will be. Petra, I want to be honest with you about what I need in this arrangement. Please tell me, Owen. All I want is to meet your expectations. Tapping my fingers on the top of my leg, I fight myself not to do what I want, which would be to take her to dinner and make huge mistakes that will cost me dearly. After a moment of collecting my thoughts, I say, okay, just like before, I will need to maintain significant emotional distance and privacy. Then I think about our earlier conversation and feel I should check in with her. Petra, about our conversation earlier, was it uncomfortable? Did my abrupt departure upset you? It was fine. I was concerned initially when you left, but Pat checked on me and I felt reassured. Thank you for asking, Owen. Okay, I say, and I feel strange that she is calling me by my name. But I am not going to say anything about it, as I am about to let her know that I will need to maintain much more distance going forward. Petra, you should understand that our interactions will be very limited and formal. For my comfort, I will need you to respect my need for privacy and minimal conversation. Minimal conversation, she asks, sounding disappointed. Yes. I prefer our meetings to be brief and professional. When someone comes to notify you that I will be visiting, please be prepared to maintain appropriate boundaries. Owen. Yes, Petra. You know, you could communicate directly with me about your expectations. It feels odd for everything to go through intermediaries. What if the message gets confused? I will make sure communications are clear then. And I apologize for the indirect approach. It is just that I prefer to minimize direct interaction. So you do not have to engage personally? She asks, then reconsiders. No, do not answer that. It is none of my business. You are right, I say as I lean back and look up at the ceiling. But you are also right about the reason I use intermediaries. You see, I want the entire arrangement to be exactly what it is. I told you before, I want professional distance, minimal interaction, and then to leave. Nothing more than that. Direct communication would force me to have more personal engagement than I want. I can see that now. Her voice sounds disappointed. And this is why I prefer things not to be this way. Petra, I feel I need to remind you that this is not personal. It is not that I do not think that you seem like a wonderful person. Because I do think that. It is just that I have needed this type of arrangement for nearly a year. You understand, do you not? Sure, Owen. I get it. Your life is full of high-pressure situations, and you just need privacy. One where there is minimal interaction. Because you just need to step away from your responsibilities for a while, and do not want to explain why. Petra, you really understand me. How is that? I ask as I get up and go lay on the bed, the one I will occupy alone, because the idea of going and finding someone to socialize with is not appealing for some reason. I do not know how that is, Owen. I just know it is all. And I want to say something to you, before you establish strict boundaries. I understand and accept things. I appreciate you, and value our conversation earlier. Even if our interactions are limited, I want you to know I will respect your needs. Even brief conversations with you are meaningful. I will accept whatever level of interaction you are comfortable with, and appreciate every moment. I appreciated our conversation too, Petra. We have a connection, that is for sure. And who knows, I might adjust to this arrangement, and then things might become different. I just do not want you to ever take anything personally. None of it, okay? She makes a quiet sound, then says, I will not take it personally. But you need to know that I will respect whatever boundaries you set. I will maintain my privacy here, or accompany you if you ever wish. And I will value our arrangement every moment. When I am notified that you are coming to visit, I will be grateful for the opportunity to interact with you, even if it is brief and formal. But you need to know that I appreciated our conversation earlier, and I would enjoy getting to know you better. Petra, you are making me reconsider my approach. I laugh as I tell her. Sorry, she asks, then laughs softly. No, really, I did not mean to do that. I just want to be honest with you about how much I value this arrangement. I can respect whatever boundaries you set whenever you need them. I am committed to this arrangement. If you still want to continue, that is. Oh, I want to continue, I tell her as I think about another client being matched with her. It would be completely unacceptable for another person to be matched with you. And thank you for your honesty. I wish I was not so guarded. But I am. I wish you would not think that way about yourself, Owen. You are an accomplished person. An intelligent person. A generous person. Guarded is not something negative. It is understandable, given your circumstances. Yeah, well, wait until I maintain the distance I have planned. How many accomplished people want to visit briefly, interact minimally, then leave without substantial conversation? I ask her, as I know my approach is unusual. A person with a lot on his mind, she says. A person who holds people's lives in his capable hands, but worries about making mistakes. A person with tremendous responsibilities, who tries harder than most to maintain high standards. Petra, you are one remarkable woman. Unfortunately, I need to end this call. I will visit when I am ready. Goodbye. I end the call because I simply cannot talk to her anymore. She is kind of affecting me emotionally, and I cannot let that happen.
Chapter 15. Petra. I am bored. There seems to be nothing on television, and I cannot concentrate enough to read. My mind goes to Owen all the time. I wonder where he is, what he is doing, and why he will not visit. It has been 3 days. And now that I have his cell number saved, I am finding it hard to control the urge to call him. It is like all I can think about. If I could just talk to him, I think I could get him to stop thinking so negatively about himself. So what? He prefers privacy and minimal interaction. There are far more unusual preferences than that. A swift knock comes to the door, and I assume it is someone sent to pick up my dinner dishes. I ordered a light salad. I am just not hungry, but I eat something at each meal anyway. I cannot believe Owen can affect me so much, when I do not even know the man, really. As I take my plate and glass to the door, a memory of our earlier conversation fills my mind. Another knock has me shaking my head to clear it, and hurrying to the door. Coming. When I open the door, I do not find someone looking to pick up my dishes. Instead I find Pat. Petra, it seems your client is about to make a visit. He asked that you wait in the living area. Are you presentable? She looks past me and I close the door. Placing the dishes on the little table beside the door, I find my legs weak, and my stomach filling with nervous butterflies. I am dressed appropriately. I follow her to the living room. He is coming. He is, she says as she tidies the space quickly. He said he would only be here briefly. How does he want me to wait? Just be in the living room. He prefers minimal interaction. I take a seat on the sofa, feeling anxious about seeing him after 3 days. Did he say anything to you? Only that he would be visiting briefly. She looks at me for a moment with a slight smile. He has not been here in a few days, did you miss him? A short burst of nervous laughter comes out of me. That is all I have done. Worry fills her expression as she says, Petra, do not become too emotionally invested. This is not the place for that. This is an arrangement where you are providing professional services. Compensation is at the top of that list, followed by experience, independence, and other benefits. Emotional attachment is not part of the arrangement. I know that, I say, but my heart skips a beat as if to tell me that I am only lying to myself. Be practical, heart. She moves toward the door. Well, he should be here soon. Just remember to respect his boundaries. He values his privacy and prefers minimal conversation. I understand, I say as I sit there feeling anxious. She gives me an encouraging look. He seems like a very private person. I think he finds genuine connection uncomfortable. His preference seems to involve maintaining emotional distance from his companion. The idea of developing feelings is not what he wants. So try your best to maintain professionalism. Your compensation in the end should be substantial. Okay, I will try. Good advice, Pat. Thank you. I take a deep breath and prepare myself for a very brief, formal interaction. I will check back in a little while, she says, then leaves. I sit and wait. For what feels like an eternity, I wait to hear him arriving, and then I finally hear the door open and his footsteps. My pulse quickens as I know he is here now. He is finally here. He enters the living room, but stays near the doorway, maintaining significant distance. Petra. Owen, I say, standing up. I am glad you came. I can only stay a moment, he says, his voice distant and formal. I wanted to check that you have everything you need. I do. Everything is fine. Would you like to sit down? We could talk. No, he interrupts. I prefer to keep this brief. The coldness in his tone makes my heart sink. He stands there, so close yet so far away, refusing to engage with me on any personal level. What follows is perhaps 2 minutes of the most uncomfortable silence I have ever experienced. He asks if the apartment is satisfactory. I answer yes. He asks if room service has been adequate. I say it has. He nods. And then he leaves. Just like that. No real conversation. No connection. Just a brief impersonal check-in, as if I am a hotel guest rather than a person he is spending the summer with. The door closes behind him, and I am left all alone. He barely said a dozen words to me. Tears sting my eyes as I feel dismissed, unimportant, and neglected. I feel horrible about this arrangement. I am better than this. I deserve more. And he is just hiding from what I know he feels. I am crying, and my mind is racing, telling me that I cannot keep doing this. Money is not worth this pain I am feeling. The door opens. Petra, it is Pat. Thank goodness. She comes to where I sit on the sofa. Petra, you are crying. What happened? He was here for maybe 2 minutes. He barely looked at me. He asked a couple of questions and left. Nothing personal, nothing warm. Just complete emotional distance. I stand up and walk to the window. Petra, you cannot get emotionally involved with him, she says as I walk away from her. Please remember that. I nod and keep looking out the window. I need to think about what I am doing here, and whether I can continue. The apartment feels emptier now than before he came.
Pat, I do not know if I can do this.
The money is not worth feeling this way. I will be honest with you. She looks at me with sympathy. Petra, I know we are not supposed to tell the companions how much compensation is waiting for them, and I will not tell you a dollar amount. I look at her with wide eyes, then wipe the tears away. Is any amount of money worth all of this? She nods. The amount that is waiting for you is most certainly worth this. And he is your first client. You should know that this happens a lot with the first arrangement. The disappointment fades with time. And you learn valuable lessons about maintaining professional boundaries. You learn to differentiate between genuine relationships and transactional ones. It is valuable experience. You will even find it helps you in the real world. When someone approaches you professionally or personally, you will be able to assess their intentions immediately. If someone is genuinely interested in you as a person, you will see the difference between them and people who want something from you.
Wonderful, I say with evident sarcasm.
What a relief. She smiles slightly. Sarcasm aside, Petra, I am serious. You will be thankful one day in the near future that you had this experience. That you learned the difference between someone who values you as a person and someone who views you as a service provider. I will think about what you have said, Pat. Thank you for trying to help me. You are very kind. Can you leave me to process this now? With a nod, she leaves me, and I let the tears flow freely. Will I become hardened to rejection? Will I learn to spot people who genuinely care about me, versus those who do not? Will anything good come out of this, other than being financially stable?
Chapter 16. Owen. Sitting in the car in the parking garage at the estate, I cannot seem to make myself leave. Everything feels so unfinished. I left her there after barely speaking to her. I have done the same thing to my other companions, and never felt so much as a moment of guilt over it. With Petra, I cannot seem to stop feeling guilt over everything. And I have to learn to stop this pattern that seems to be escalating. My cell rings, and I pick it up off the passenger seat to see that it is Petra. She is not supposed to be calling me, and she knows that. And I should not answer her, but I am going to because I cannot seem to stop myself. Hello. Her voice is rough and raspy, like she has been crying, and already my heart is aching even worse than it was. I know I am not supposed to call you or talk to you. But I wanted you to know that I appreciated your visit. I can respect your boundaries. Resting my head on the steering wheel, I mutter, that is still more interaction than I usually allow. Then maintain whatever distance you usually maintain. Not sure that I even can maintain my usual approach with her, I answer, I might. I hear her sigh, then say, tell me what your typical approach has been with others. The others have had minimal interaction. Very brief visits, nothing more. Then I leave. Do that with me. It does not sound difficult at all, she says, and acts as if it would be so easy for her to accept. I make a confession that I probably should not. Petra, it is not that easy. You see, I find myself wanting to actually talk to you. It is almost impossible for me to want less conversation than that. I must admit, I want even more connection with you. You do not have to follow the same old pattern, Owen. This may not be my place to say, but what if you are changing? You might be wanting more meaningful interaction. I am here for whatever you need from this arrangement. Anything at all. Just come back to me tonight. Let us see if you can maintain your usual distance or do something different. Just come back, please. A sudden, enormous burst of pure guilt comes over me, and I blurt, I am not sure what I want from you. And you are not to call me. We are not friends, and I will visit when I want to. I hang up the phone, and feel awful before I even toss it back onto the passenger seat. I am such a fool. Why does this have to be so incredibly hard? And why am I getting out of my car and heading back into the estate? And what am I going to do about this situation? Leaving my cell behind, I lock the car up and head back inside. My heart is leading me, and my brain is letting it win. I go to the gift shop and look over the jewelry. The Summer Companion program has a nice collection to choose from, and I picked out a necklace with a heart made from diamonds that should look beautiful on her. It will look gorgeous on her, and that is all I want. I want her to feel valued. And I have not made her feel that way. Will this be all? The cashier asks as she nods toward a very nice basket full of cheeses, fresh fruits, and a bottle of wine. Because that is a perfect place to include this little beauty, and really give your companion a surprise. She pulls it over to show me everything that is in the elegant basket. I bet she has been wonderful, and you want to show her how much you appreciate everything she has done. She has been perfect, I say quietly. Better than I deserve. Oh, I am glad you were matched well, she says as she puts the necklace in a black box. How long have you two had this arrangement? I hesitate. Not long. I pull the basket to me and look at the perfume too. Add in a nice perfume as well. She has been very professional, despite my difficult behavior. And I will take this basket. Can you have it delivered to apartment 22? I can. Do you want it delivered right away or some other time? She asks as she pulls out a nice-looking perfume and sprays some on a small sampler, then wafts it around. Taking in a sniff of the floral aroma, I nod. That one will be perfect. And have it taken to her right away. I am going to go to the bar. Would you care to write her a note? She asks as she pushes a pen and a pad of paper toward me. I take it and write 2 words, I am sorry. Then I push it back to her, and see a smile move over her face. I am sure this will help her accept your apology. She pushes the bill to me, and I sign it. You seem like a good person. I cannot imagine anyone who could stay upset with you for very long anyway. With a nod, I leave. Petra deserves more than gifts as an apology for my harsh words. She deserves to hear the words come out of my mouth. She deserves so much more from me. And I am not willing to give it to her. Finding the bar moderately busy, I already feel bad about being here while Petra is alone. But I have to do some soul searching. Something is different inside of me. As I take a bar stool near the end of the long bar, the bartender comes to me drying a crystal glass. What can I get you? Something strong. I want to forget about my problems. Can you help me with that? I ask the man who looks at me with dark eyes, which I know have seen some difficult situations. Before I do that service for you, can you tell me if you have a ride home this evening? If not, I will arrange one for you before I start serving you. Oh, a bartender with responsibility. I appreciate that. I have an apartment here. But if I tell you I am going to my hotel, get me a ride. Sure thing, he says as he holds out his hands. Car keys please and I will help you out. Handing him my keys, I make the agreement with him that we will see me intoxicated soon enough. Sometimes I just need a reset. I drink until I cannot anymore, and it kind of resets my brain and gets me back on the right track. I need that right now. I have no idea what the man places in front of me, but I consume it in one drink that leaves my throat burning. The heat moves down to my stomach, and I give him a nod of approval. He sets me up again, then places a cold mug of beer in front of me. I will let you finish that, then see how you are doing. Sipping the beer, I think about my complicated feelings about relationships, and why I find it acceptable for myself to drink but judge others. Maybe there is a part of me that has unrealistic expectations. Perhaps I think people should be stronger than they are capable of being. Women should be supportive, not struggling with their own problems. Mom was not nurturing. Dad brought that up a lot when we were growing up. She would go out and send us over to Dad's, telling us she had to have some her time. My brother, sisters, and I would go to Dad's, tell him what Mom had said, and he would tell us how she was being selfish and irresponsible. He did all this while consuming large amounts of beer and watching inappropriate content on television, while making comments about Mom that had us kids thinking some pretty negative thoughts about her. Looking back at it all leaves me thinking about how I'm not fit to have children or a serious relationship in my life. I find my drink's gone and the bartender is setting me up again. Thanks, I tell him as he places the shot glass and another mug of beer down in front of me. I can arrange some company if you want, he offers. No, I have someone if I want company. She is waiting in the apartment. I take the shot as I think about the fact I have a beautiful woman who wants to spend time with me and who will respect whatever boundaries I set. And here I am getting intoxicated. Sure, let me know if you need anything. I will be back when these are gone. He leaves me alone with my thoughts once more, and I dislike it. The alcohol is making my brain foggy a bit, and I find only one thing on my mind. Petra.
Chapter 17. Petra. Looking at the basket of things Owen sent me, I want to say thank you to him, and of course I accept his apology. The necklace is stunning. I have never seen anything so beautiful. The perfume smells wonderful, and the food and wine look delicious. And as good as all this is, all I can think about is how much I want to actually talk to him. I call him to say thanks, but he is not answering his cell. I was pretty sure he would since the note said he was sorry, and it has me worried about him and where he is. I want to know if he is okay, and send him a text letting him know to just text back, so I know nothing has happened to him. But I have gotten nothing back from him. It is making me anxious. Getting up off the sofa, I head to bed. I probably will not fall asleep, but at least I will be lying down. Pat had the sheets replaced, so everything is fresh and clean. I want some closure with Owen. Changing into comfortable pajamas, I climb under the blankets and close my eyes, trying to clear my mind. My heart aches as I think about his face. The bedroom door opens and in walks Owen, looking distressed. Petra, I am here, he says quietly as I sit up in bed, pulling a robe on. Owen, are you okay? I ask as I turn on the bedside lamp. Do you want to sit down? Do you want to talk? Do you want? He holds up his hand. I need to apologize properly. Face to face. I gesture to the chair near the bed. Please sit. Let us talk. He sits down, looking vulnerable in a way I have never seen before. His eyes are filled with emotion, and I wait for him to speak. He looks at me seriously. Hey you. I give him an encouraging smile. Hi. His words come out carefully. I like you, Petra. I like you a lot. Did you like the necklace? I loved it. Thank you. He reaches out slightly, then pulls his hand back. You loved it. I did. But more than the gifts, I appreciate you coming here to talk to me. He nods and we begin to really talk. For hours we sit there in the dim light of the bedroom, having the most honest conversation I have ever had with anyone. He tells me about his fears, his family, his struggles with intimacy. I share my own insecurities and dreams. We laugh together, we sit in comfortable silence, and we connect in a way that feels profoundly meaningful. By the time exhaustion overtakes us, I feel like I truly know him. Scene break. I wake with a start, as I hear movement in the apartment. Owen is still here, I realize with surprise. He stayed to continue our conversation. Getting out of bed and putting on my robe, I find him in the living room, looking out the window at the morning light. He turns when he hears me approach. Good morning, I say softly. He gives me a slight smile.
Morning, Petra.
I move to stand near him.
I am glad you stayed.
Our conversation last night meant a lot to me. He turns to face me fully.
It meant a lot to me too.
More than I expected. We move to sit on the sofa together, maintaining a respectful distance but feeling closer than we have before. Petra, I wish I was a different man. I wish I believed relationships could work. I wish so many things. But most of all, I wish I could be the man you deserve. I look at him seriously.
You can be.
You are. He shakes his head. You have no idea how complicated I am.
Are we not all a bit complicated?
I ask.
I mean, look what I have done.
I have agreed to this unusual arrangement for the summer. That is complicated too. He nods thoughtfully.
And why did you do that, Petra?
Student loan problems. My mother's marriage made it impossible for me to get any financial aid for college, I tell him. And my stepfather refuses to help me finish my last year of college. That is right. Isabel told me you were in college to be a school teacher. A noble profession, he says. I can see why you did it, and I am grateful I was matched with you and can help you out. You should also know that I committed enough compensation to set you up financially, if you invest it wisely. And since you know who I am, I will help you do that. I never want you in this program again. I am never doing this again. And thank you for your help with investing. I have no business sense, I admit. I appreciate this. I appreciate the way he is talking to me, and allowing me to know him this way. A thoughtful look crosses his face as he says, Petra, I have to tell you that I have a hard time thinking about you being matched with anyone else. I am glad to hear you never want to participate in this program again. Do you think you could be happy with an arrangement like this, for an extended amount of time? I cannot stay here for any longer than the summer, I remind him.
I do not mean here.
He looks at me seriously.
I mean in Los Angeles.
After you graduate, I could help you get established there. In the meantime, I could visit you in Ohio. You would not be a secret, Petra. But I would maintain my own residence. Only visit you when I wanted. Do you think you could live that way? My mind is full of questions, but my heart is telling me to be honest. Owen, I do not know if that would be enough for me. I know I care about you. And I would love to continue to see you. I will gladly fulfill our agreement for the term of the contract. After that though, I do not want to be the woman who waits around for a man to visit, only when he wants company. His expression becomes guarded, and he looks like he is contemplating telling me something, but he only says, I do not want a conventional relationship. Sitting up straighter, I ask, and why is that, Owen? His frown makes me think I might be touching on old wounds he would rather not revisit. But he will have to if he wants any kind of future with me.
Chapter 18. Owen. Although I cannot understand why my mouth is moving telling so much about myself, I do it anyway. My father and mother divorced when we were kids. They did terrible things to one another, in the name of love and family. They pulled and pushed, ripping us all up in the process, each claiming all they did was for the love of their family. What they did showed me how marriage really is. I do not believe in the fairy tale most couples talk about. Petra's soft hand moving over my arm makes me look at it. Divorce must be hard to go through. I would not know. I never knew my father. He left Mom early on. I had no father figure at all. Then this rich guy met Mom at the bank where she worked, and swept her off her feet and away from me. Now I have no one. She sees my sad face and leans up to touch my cheek gently. Do not look at me that way. I am making my own way in this world. I do not need a safety net. But you do need people you can count on, I tell her. It sounds like you do not have that either. And you are doing great, might I remind you. I have my education, my career that will sprout soon, and thanks to you, enough money to make my life easy. I did not have a safety net either. You are right, I agree. As far as thinking that love can last forever, well, I have to admit that I have a hard time believing that. My mother told me my father preached his love for her, and he left soon after I was born. Then we have similar ideas about what we believe and want out of life, I say, as I pull her close to me, and think I might get her to do things the way I want. She places her hand on my shoulder to stop me from pulling her all the way to me. Owen, I know I said I have a hard time believing love can last forever, but I am a romantic at heart. If I were to trek clear across the country for a man, I would want to be more than a woman he comes to when he feels like it. What if I felt like it a lot? I ask her as I hold her close. I might want to more than I normally want to be with a woman. I mean, I have felt more for you than anyone else. And I believe you, she says, then looks up at me. But even so, I would want something stable. You and I will be spending 3 months doing things the way you want to. I can see how that would become a pattern you would see nothing wrong with. And I get it. But I would want more. Like how much more? I ask as I have no idea what she wants. It felt good waking up in your company. Did you like waking up the way you did? She asks as she blinks up at me. Her gentle eyes compel me to lean in closer, and I pause near her. I loved the way I woke up this morning. Well, that is what I want long term. I want to go to sleep together every night possible. I want to wake up with the man I fell asleep with. I want to plan our days, nights, and weekends together. Go out together, stay in together, and be ourselves at all times. I want to feel comfortable in my own skin with a man, and I want him to feel that way with me too. With a frown I say, the fairy tale, Petra. This is the story every supposedly happy couple tells those of us who hang on to being single and happy all alone. Do you not see how you are falling for what they want you to believe? Maybe I am falling for that happily ever after that so many couples talk about. But what kind of life would this be if we never thought there could be more? You tell me how you think your life will be if all you ever do is come to me when you get the urge to be with me. Well, you might hate this, but I think it would be absolutely amazing. I laugh and tickle her. She laughs and wiggles as I tickle her, until she has wiggled herself off the pillows and is lying flat on her back. Owen, stop, she said, laughing. The way she looks up at me as I stop tickling her takes my attention so completely. Petra, promise me you will think about it. This summer I will let you know how things will be if you decide to do this with me full time. I do not think it will be as bad as you think it might be. And I will keep taking care of you. Buy you a car and a huge home. Anything you want, you will have it. And like I said before, you will not be a secret. We will go out together whenever we want. You will just be expected to wait for me to ask you. Wait for me to come to you. Allow me to come to you whenever I want. That kind of thing. It does not sound so bad, does it? She strokes my cheek as she gazes up at me. Owen, you make it sound easy, but I know I would want you around as much as possible, and I would want you to care about what I might want or need out of a relationship too. It is so much more than giving me a home and transportation. It is being there when I have had a hard day and reminding me I have someone who loves me. It is about sharing the hard times as well as the good times. But no one has all that, baby. It is a myth. And what about kids, Owen? She asks. Are we never going to have any? No, we will not have any, Petra. I stare at her and wonder if she has a clue how hard parents splitting up is on the kids. I do not want to bring innocent children into a world where they can be hurt so badly by what other people do. Then what is it all about, Owen? She asks me as she runs her hands through my hair. Is it about men and women meeting up, being together because it feels good, then leaving each other to the harsh world? Is it about never procreating because life is hard and people get hurt? Is it about letting your past stop you from moving into the future? A future you have a hand in creating for yourself and any people you love. Oh baby, you are one of those women who believe in the lie of love. Maybe you will not want what I do. But I am going to try my best to get you to see what life could be if you could accept my limitations. Limitations like not being able to commit to one woman? Shaking my head, I answer, that is not a problem. If you and I keep going, I will not see any other women. I can make that promise. But I will not live with you. I will not make my schedule around you. But I will expect you to make me a priority, and be there when I need you. And I would expect you not to see any other men. That does not sound like enough for me, she says, sending my heart plummeting. Well, if you feel that way, then I see no choice other than to go on as if that is not a possibility, I tell her as I get up and turn around and help her to her feet. She steadies herself as she looks at me. Owen, you are impossible. I know. I take her hand and lead her toward the door. Come on. Let us get some breakfast and talk about something else for a while. The fact is, I could give Petra all she wants and more. But what would that do for either of us? Sure, we might fall in love temporarily, as is the case with most people. We could build a mansion together, get his and her dogs, and hold hands all the time as we make our plans for the future. I saw all that happen with my parents. Not once did either of them say, hey, instead of making plans for where we are going for next Thanksgiving, let us plan for the magnificent fight that will occur just a day before that, breaking us up and making everyone skip the great meal and trip to Grandma's that day. Now, how fair would it be for me to pretend that Petra and I will live happily ever after when I know things like that cannot happen? They are never planned or prepared for. Everyone is left feeling like a bomb went off that ended life as they knew it. So why not live in a way that makes things like breakups more bearable and less destructive? Am I the only human on the planet who thinks this way? Later, as we sit together having breakfast, Petra looks thoughtful. This is nice. Do you not think so? It is nice. I love being with you. I love spending time with you, and I would like to discover where else I would enjoy being with you. What do you think about that? I think I like it, she murmurs. I think she does too, but I need to make her crave it. Do anything for it. Including moving to Los Angeles and being mine completely.
Chapter 19. Petra. Owen has hung out with me all day. He has given little hints about how great it would be if I would change my mind about moving to Los Angeles to be his woman in waiting, as I think of it. I am not a fool. I know I would hate that. I am being paid to be that for him right now, so that makes it different. On my own, I would want much more than this. He has had a nice suit brought in, and is planning on going out to some club that is near his hotel. He is baiting me. I know it. He has told me already that if I agree to keep this thing going for however long he wants it, then he will make changes now. If not, then he has no choice other than to go on about things the way he had planned. I am not taking his bait. I will not be giving in to his silly demands. If he wants more from me after this, he has to step up to the plate, not keep things as they are with me waiting around for him. He is incredibly attractive and fun to be with, but I have my heart to think about, and that would not be enough for that piece of me. He will have to bend a bit, if he really wants me. I hope he does. We had our dinner, and the staff came to gather the dishes, then Owen went to get ready to go out. I am picking out a movie to watch, and waiting to see if he actually goes out, leaving me here alone. His cologne drifts out of the bedroom door as he comes out dressed to the nines. I am about to leave, Petra. I have no idea when I will be back. I know, I say, then get up and head to the kitchenette. I am wearing casual evening clothes, as he has provided me with a comfortable wardrobe. Have fun, sir. Oh, I will, he says as his eyes follow me. And what will you be doing to entertain yourself this evening? I found a movie to watch. It is a love story. I will be fine. I look into the mini fridge. Oh, Mr. Pibb. My favorite. I straighten up. I am thinking of having some kettle corn flavored popcorn and a Mr. Pibb. Sounds good, right?
Well, not as good as cocktails and some dancing.
But good for you, finding something to do while I am out. He leans against the counter, as I rummage through the basket of goodies to find the package I want. What is this love story about, anyway? A Marine finally finds love after his 30th birthday. He gets married to a great woman, and they have a wonderful honeymoon, then he is sent off to war. He passes away, and his wife is left behind. She is expecting a child and alone in the world. His best friend comes back to comfort her, and he and she fall in love and get married. He takes the child as his own. Nice of him, but I kind of hate that she hurried up and married another man. It does not say a lot for the love she supposedly had for the first guy, does it? He asks as he crosses his arms over his broad shoulders, making his biceps get even bigger. I suppose she thought her late husband would have wanted her to be happy, and to have another great man to live her life with, and raise his son with. I think it is romantic. I find the bag I was looking for, and he wrinkles his nose. I think you should forget about that movie, and that flavor of popcorn. There is a new comedy I saw when I was flipping through the channels earlier, and it looks hilarious. And that flavor you picked out will not taste good with the Mr. Pibb. Why not try something salty with no butter? Thank you for the recommendation, Owen. I place the package on top of the microwave, as he seems to be hanging around. Are you going to be staying for the food?
No, he says, then eyes me. I should be going.
The eligible women should be filtering into the dance club by now. I will probably find a woman who I can take back to the hotel and spend time with. Although my entire body prickles with jealousy, I try not to show it. I am sure you will find a woman who wants you to take her to your suite. You are handsome and more than a catch. Lucky you, Owen. Go get you one of those lucky girls. He reaches out and takes my arm, then pulls me to him.
You know how to get me to stay put, right?
Looking into his eyes, I see he thinks he can get me to agree with him, and that is not going to happen. I do. But I want more from you than that. You go have a blast. Keep on living life the way you planned. I will be here. You could have me mostly, Petra. You would get more than anyone else ever has, and still you say no, he mumbles as he lets me go. I do not understand you at all. I may have sold my body for a few months, but I will not sell my soul, Owen. He looks kind of shocked, then says, you know what, Petra? I know many women who would take what I am offering you. A home of your own, all the cars you can handle, and me when I want to give you me. We can talk, laugh, and even love. I just want you on my own terms. I can think of half a dozen women in Los Angeles right now who would take what I want to give you. I bet you can, I say as I find a packet of sea-salted popcorn. I want all of you. Not you on your terms or my terms. I will give you all of me, and in return I want all of you. An even deal. Nothing one-sided. I wiggle the packet of popcorn at him. Look, it is the kind you wanted. His lips quirk to one side, and then he says, if you want to change your movie from the two-timing woman to the comedy and make the popcorn I like, then I might be tempted to stay in with you tonight instead of hitting the club. And give up the other women too? I ask as I figure he might offer me this. I would even give up the other women. He pulls me close and touches his forehead to mine.
So, what do you say?
Want me to hang out with you? Maybe spend the night too? I would get you for the night too. I ask as I feign surprise. Maybe, he says with a sly smile.
I do not want you to get your hopes up.
I might leave.
Well, I will take what I can get.
How about you go get out of those uncomfortable clothes and change into something casual, and I will get the things together and meet you in the living room. I smile at him, and he winks at me. How about I help you with the snacks first? I like that idea, I tell him as he lets me go. We get our stuff and head to the living room, where he takes a seat on the sofa and smiles at me.
Compromise is nice, is it not?
It is, I say, even though I do not consider this a compromise at all. It was my plan all along. He goes to change into comfortable clothes while I set up the movie. When he comes back out of the bedroom, he has the remote in hand and is settling onto the sofa. He smiles and gestures for me to join him. I take my place beside him, settling comfortably against the cushions. He pops a piece of popcorn into my mouth, and then hands me the bottle of soda. I take a sip. Then he says, "See, it is good together, is it not?" It is, I agree. You were right. You have an excellent handle on food combinations. Do you cook too? I dabble with it. To be really good at it, I think I would need a kitchen partner. Do you know of anyone who would be that for me? He asks, then smiles warmly. I could be that for you, I say as I turn my head to look at him. I could be anything you wanted, I bet. He grins. How about tonight you relax with me, and we will see about other things as this progresses? Whatever you want, sir. I am yours, you know. I settle back again as the movie starts, and find him leaning back contentedly. His heart is pounding a bit harder than normal. He must be thinking about things. Taking his hand, I hold it, and rest our clasped hands comfortably. He sighs and turns to me. His expression is warm as he looks at me. The hand I am holding tightens around mine. And I can feel it all moving around inside of him, as his breathing deepens. He is letting it go. Maybe only a tiny bit at a time, but it is moving around inside of him. Churning and turning and breaking away, leaving bits of his heart wide open. Open to seeing if love is all a lie that can never stay alive between two people. Open to seeing if he and I could have what it takes to keep something going, that others have let go of. Open to me. When he speaks again, I watch as he looks into my eyes. I really like you, Petra. Good. I really like you, Owen. If I asked you to marry me right now, what would you say to that? He asks, and I know it is not a real proposal. Holding his face in my hands, I look deep into his eyes. Owen, I want to get to know you. The real you. And I want you to get to know the real me, too. Time is a gift, and I am more than happy that I was given time with you. I will be happy with that for now. His face is frozen as he says, I would like that, Petra. I would like to get to know all about you, and for you to get to know all about me. Not the handsome man, not the wealthy doctor or celebrity, just the guy who is underneath all that surface stuff. Good, I tell him as I touch his cheek gently. Because that is the guy the first want to know. You are handsome. But I want to know what makes you truly beautiful. I bet it is deep inside of you. Deep in that spirit of yours. Working with beautiful people who only want to look even more beautiful, has me thinking everyone in this world is all about what is on the outside. I want someone to want me for what is on the inside. I know all too well how the outside can be damaged and made ugly by all kinds of tragic things. Me too, baby, I let him know. I want to see it all. None of us are attractive in every aspect. It is important to accept the ugliness that everyone has too. He nods and settles back to watch the movie. Let us watch this movie and have some laughs. I like you, you like me, and we might just really hit it off. Or we might not. Only time will tell. His heart has come back to a normal beat, and his mind has settled. I have never felt happier about feeling a normal heartbeat in my entire life.
Chapter 20. Owen. After spending another night with Petra, I think we should do a little more together. I feel so different with her, it would be a sin not to try more things. The same old thing will never do. It might never do for me ever again. Ordering her some clothes that are more suitable for going out is what I did late last night while she was sleeping. She is getting ready now, and a knock at the door tells me the delivery should be arriving any minute. Opening the door, I find a courier with a bag and slip him a 20 for his trouble. Thank you. With a nod he leaves, and I go to surprise my companion with something new. She is in the bedroom as I enter with the bag in hand. What do you have there, Owen? If you want to, I thought we might go out and see the sights, I say as a smile moves over her sweet lips. You will need something to wear. If you want to go with me, that is. You do not have to. I am allowing you to make the choice. She walks over to me with a bright smile. I will go with you, sir. I would go anywhere with you. All you ever have to do is ask. She eyes the bag. Care to show me what you got for me? Pulling out a nice and expensive little coral-colored summer dress, I hold it up to her. I think it will fit, do you not think so? With a nod, she peeks into the bag and sees the rest of the things I bought her. There are a few things in here. Everything I need. Well, I thought you might want proper attire for going out. I want you to look your best, companion. I smile warmly at her and she grins back. Are you not full of surprises today? She asks, then pulls out the items and starts to get dressed. Did you want me to order breakfast before we head out? No, I am taking you out for all the meals today. I watch as she examines the dress with delight. If I feel like it, I might take you out on the town this evening. I sit down on the end of the chair, and she looks at me with such genuine happiness. She makes me feel better than I have ever felt in my entire life. Just her sweet smile, the soft touch of her hand, that certain look she can give me that tells me she is more than just into me. She looks at me. Owen, thanks for this. I have felt cooped up, and taking me out is a nice thing to do. Leaning forward, I feel guilty for keeping her locked away. I am sorry about that. I will think about giving you more freedom. Her hand moves over my cheek as she sighs. I think that is nice of you. And I think I will only want to leave the apartment if you take me out anyway. Being that I can have all I need brought right to me, and the fact that I would have to walk through the exclusive club if I leave, and if I'm not with you, then I am kind of an open target. Glad you realize that, I tell her and stand up. Now get yourself dressed. You are making me restless, and I am in need of nourishment, as are you. She steps behind the dressing screen and pulls on the dress that fits her perfectly and looks fantastic on her. Pulling the flats out of the bag, I place them on the floor, and she steps into them when she emerges. You look even better than the model who wore it online. She does a little turn. Thanks, baby. Now, where are you taking me for breakfast? I'm starved. Pancakes or eggs? I ask her as I get up and hold out my arm for her to take. Do I have to pick one or the other? She asks as we walk out the door of the apartment. I suppose I can splurge on you a bit and allow you to have both. I chuckle and walk beside her as we move through the empty corridor. We have to go through the corridor where the private areas are and see only green lights on every door, meaning they are empty. She glances at them, then looks at me. These are all closed in the mornings, sir. They are, I agree and keep walking. We continue through and reach the main room of the club. It is empty, cleansed of all the night before left on it. Petra looks around at the decor and smiles up at me. Have you ever thought about taking me in here to show me off? The thought has crossed my mind a time or two. But I would have to know if you want to continue this outside of the club. If I were to bring you around anyone else, then I would want you to wear a mask. So I would remain just as secretive as you are? She asks with a cute little grin. I nod and push open another door that leads to the foyer. One of the valets waits by the front door, and all I have to do is look at him, and he rushes off to get my car. Alone we wait, and I run my hand through her dark silky hair, then breathe in the aroma it has released. I love the shampoo they provide here. And your hair looks shiny and soft. I should get some for you to take home. What kind of home do you live in? An apartment. A really modest one. But I will move up as I get my career going. She runs her hands through my hair too. Oh, you are right, it does make it soft and silky, and the smell is so unusual, yet actually pleasant to the nose. Do you not think so? It is. I pull her close. You make me happy. I do not know when I felt so relaxed. I wish like anything you would stop holding out on me. What am I holding out on you? She asks as if she does not know. I give you everything you want, and tell you of other things I could do for you. I want this to last longer. I see the car pulling up, and decide to leave this conversation for another time. Let us just go enjoy our day, and I will not talk about that anymore. Okay, sir, she says with an obedience that seems to come naturally to her. She slips into the Maserati and looks at home in it. She is admiring the extraordinarily luxurious interior, but not acting like a fool about it, the way a lot of young women do. Do you like my car? I do. She looks up at me before I close the door. This one is just a rental though. I nod and close the door. She is smart, clever, sweet and delightful. How did I get so lucky? Getting into the driver's seat, I pull away from the club's entrance. Okay, the club is behind us for today. I am Owen, you are Petra, and we are just a nice normal couple. Okay, baby? I reach over and take her hand, resting our clasped hands between us. Normal. Got it. She smiles at me, then looks out the window. It was dark when we came in. I have not seen a thing around here. I ask with curiosity. My friend Leticia was the one who told me about this place, the auction, and about what would be expected of me. She trained me. And we rode into Portland on the plane together. We will be going home together too. She gazes out the window. It is prettier here in Portland than it is in Ohio. The idea of her going home with anyone other than me makes my skin prickle. It is nice here. I have a home in Malibu. She looks at me with a grin. I know that, Owen. Your business is all over the place. You have a home on the beach in Malibu, where you have entertained many young actresses and models, if I recall correctly. And you have a monstrous cabin in Big Bear. Another place where you have entertained young, beautiful women. So, I ask her, as I am not sure what she is getting at. So you will continue to do such things. She looks back out the window, as if our little conversation is over with her final words. And that bothers you? I pull into a little cafe and park. Only if we were to continue things. She reaches for the handle. Do not dare, I caution her. She stops and looks at me with wide eyes. What do you mean? Open that door yourself. Allow me to get that, my little princess. I get out and go to open her door. She is grinning at me and holds out her hand for me to take. My gentleman is on point this morning. Taking her hand gently, I say, I am. And my lady is going to be treated as such. Maybe tonight I might treat you to something special. But for today you are mine to cherish. She leans into my side as we head toward the glass-fronted building. You are fun, Owen. Thank you. I touch the side of her head gently. You are sweet. You have no idea how lucky I feel to have been won by you. Shush, do not talk that way in public, baby. My biggest fear is being found out. But you know that, do you not? I ask her as I open the door. She nods and goes inside before me. Then she reaches back to take my hand. I do. I am sorry. I will be normal now. We sit in a booth right next to one another, and the waitress comes to us, dropping a couple of menus on the table. What will you two be drinking this fine morning? Petra looks at me. You pick for me. 2 coffees and water to go with those. The look on the waitress' old and wrinkled face concerns me as she eyes me, then says, Dr. Cantrell from Beverly Hills Reconstructions. Well, this is not good.
Chapter 21. Petra. Owen looks like a deer in headlights, so I hurry to help him by saying, haha. Not again, baby. Shaking my head, I look at the waitress. My husband Roger gets this all the time. He does resemble the handsome doctor from television, but he is no surgeon. He owns a construction company in Boise, Idaho. But I do have myself a nice-looking man, do I not? The old woman does not even blink as she stares Owen down. And he sounds like him too. I am a religious watcher, saving up my pennies to get a facelift. I was once Miss Portland, and I would like to get back at least some of my former beauty. Cigarettes, huh? Owen asks. I look at him with squinted eyes, hoping he will realize he is giving himself away with his spot-on question. Baby, do not be rude. He is right. I do smoke. Her eyes narrowed at Owen, and I felt him fidgeting beside me. Well dang, Mom, Owen says with a very phony southern accent. I am just trying to be helpful. My granny smoked something awful, and she lost her looks too. Keep saving them their pennies, and you can get fixed right up, I bet you. Can we have our drinks? Looking over her shoulder, she finds the man at the cash register giving her the stink eye. She nods and then hurries away. I try my hardest not to burst into laughter, but fail, and have to bury my face in Owen's shoulder to keep the noise from traveling through the busy cafe. Oh my baby. He is smiling broadly, and looking at me with lights in his eyes. You are one smart little wife there, sweetheart. Blushing with the after effects of him calling me his wife, I mumble, someone had to say something. You froze up and looked like you had no idea what to say. I bet you had that same look on your face when I said your name that night. I touch his nose playfully and he wrinkles it. I might have. I did not realize I looked so paralyzed. But I was. Thanks for saving me. He smiles at me warmly and touches my hand under the table. The woman comes back with our drinks and looks directly at me. I did not notice any wedding rings. She places the cups on the table and dares me to say a word. Owen chuckles. We came here to rekindle our spark, Mom. We left the rings home, along with our young ones Billy Ray and Bobby Sue. We are pretending to be dating, instead of the married couple we are.
She mumbles, then walks away.
Owen leans in close and whispers, think she is buying this at all?
Not sure, but you are going to have to use that hillbilly accent on me later.
I think it is wonderful. I giggle and he chuckles.
You got it, Mom.
With the waitress fast approaching, I say, let me order. You should stop talking. She has already got her eagle ears on. Eyes, he says. What? Eagle eyes, not ears. I think you mean elephant ears. They have big ears. I have never even seen an eagle's ears. Have you? He asks, then looks up as the waitress is looking at him. So no goofy accent when you whisper, Dr. Cantrell? She asks with her hands on her hips.
Doris, the man behind the register shouts at her, then wiggles his finger for her to come to him.
She leaves us and I say, looks like she is going to be in trouble. Owen nods and makes a lopsided grin. If I get found out for some reason, then I am saying that you are my girlfriend. We met online when you were asking some questions about cosmetic surgery. You wanted, let us say a consultation. Got it.
Sounds reasonable, I say, nodding along.
No, it is just what we will say. You asked a question on Twitter. And I answered it. You gave me your cell number, and I called it. I liked the sound of your voice. Then we made arrangements to meet in Portland.
And why would we meet in this city?
I ask as I can see he has thought this out, I suppose to tell everyone some false story about how we met. If I was to go along with his plan. I always come here for summer vacations. To see family. Oh, you have family here? I ask as another waitress comes toward us. Oh, let me order. I do not want her to hear your voice. What do you want? Anything you order will work for me, he says, then gets quiet as she approaches the table. Have you two decided what you would like for breakfast? We will both have the same thing. That breakfast plate with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, both scrambled and bacon, I say and put the menu back down on the table.
Toast or biscuits, she asks.
Biscuits, I say. Then she nods and walks away. His eyes move over me as he looks me up and down.
I like everything you ordered.
It is like you know me or something. And you could not have gotten that off anything that has been written or said about me. I never order food like that in Los Angeles. I know, I say as I run my hand over his bearded cheek. You eat healthy at all times as far as anyone knows. But I knew you liked more indulgent foods. You are going to make me gain weight, he says with a smile, then twirls my hair in his fingers.
Nah, I will make sure you get plenty of exercise to burn those calories.
Why not splurge? And why not eat something Dr. Cantrell would never eat? So incredibly smart. How is it that you can be everything that is so attractive in a person, Petra? You are like a perfect little angel. It is hard to believe that you are real. He pokes me in the shoulder, as if to check if I am. You seem to be enamored with me, I whisper as he leans in. That is only because I am, he says, then touches his forehead to mine gently. My heart pounds as we sit close together. Could he be falling for me? We stare into each other's eyes as the waitress comes back with our food much too quickly. Here we go. Reluctantly, he and I turned away from each other, and I started to wonder how much sightseeing we would do that day. The connection between us is strong this morning. Thank you, I tell the waitress, then dig in, cutting into the short stack of pancakes that Owen has already poured syrup over. Eat up, baby. I think we should take our time today and enjoy ourselves. I nod and smile.
Sounds perfect.
I take another bite, and he watches me with contentment.
So you have family here, you said?
Have you seen them yet? I do not have any family here. I just say that. Both sets of my grandparents have passed away. Probably from complete disappointment in their children. He puts some grape jelly on his biscuit and holds it to my lips. Taste this. I take a bite and nod. It is good. The biscuit is fluffy. It has been forever since anything other than low-carb wheat bread has passed through my lips. Should I take the bite, he asks me. You only live once. He takes the bite and gasps. So good. He paused to savor it. After he swallows, he takes a drink of his coffee.
Oh, you and I have to work this off me today.
Do you work out? No, I am allergic to exercise, I say, then eat a piece of bacon. How on earth do you stay in such great shape, eating like this and not exercising? He looks me up and down again, as if that is impossible. I mumble as I think about why that might be.
Well, my mother is slim.
And I am young. Maybe that is why. I have always eaten whatever I wanted, and I am not exactly a couch potato, but I do not have any kind of exercise schedule. I do walk a lot.
But not without somewhere I am going. Naturally fit and trim, he says and looks kind of envious.
I was a chunky kid. I know, I tell him as I have seen tons of pictures of him before he became the attractive man he is today. I am sorry you have to work so hard to stay in shape, but you have done a great job. He runs his hand over his dark blue t-shirt as he flexes. Thanks. It was hard work, and it was not easy to maintain it. But it is a passion I have. I do love the workouts. And even though you are already fit, I would love it if you would join me today at the gym in the hotel.
Then I will do it.
For you, I will do anything. His eyes droop at the far corners. Only because of our current deal. His sad words hurt my heart, and I touched his cheek to get him to look into my eyes.
I thought we were not going to talk about that anymore today.
For now, I will do anything and everything you want. And just for the record, I love doing it all. He nods and finishes his food. Salads for lunch. I cannot go too far off my normal diet. Salads it is, I say, and I finish my plate of yummy food. After he pays and we leave, he wraps his arm around me, pulling me close and touching my cheek gently. How can going out to breakfast with you be something so very fun? I guess because I am a delight to be around. I laugh as he guides me to his car. You are a delight to be around. He opens the driver's door for me, and I am surprised. You drive. I have to see if you are good at everything.
Owen, I do not think I should be driving this car.
It is expensive and it is rented, and I have never driven anything that cost over $5,000. His eyebrows wiggle as he says, nervous? Or chicken? Get in, I say as I stiffen my jaw and prepare to drive a car that is worth more than I am. He slips into the passenger side. I am incredibly full. Go easy on me, Petra. I do not want to get sick in here. Then maybe you should be driving. I put it into drive and off we go. The car has a ton of power, and I spin the wheels as I barely press the gas pedal. Oh no. Whoa, easy there, he says with a laugh. This car has a lot of power, as would any car I give you. You need to be easy with it. Using my big toe, I ease down on the gas pedal, and we move out of the parking lot without a sound or smell of rubber burning the pavement. Did I turn the right way to go wherever we are going? My hotel is in the other direction.
But you can head this way if you want.
Maybe we should not give in to our impulses every single time we have them. If we do, we will never explore the city. How about we find a park and take a walk? I will find us one. Or do you want me to take you to the hotel first?
I think you are right.
Let us do some other stuff today. That way tonight we can really enjoy ourselves. You know? With a nod, we are in agreement. It is so easy to get along with him. I just wish things were not so very complicated.
Chapter 22. Owen. The sun filters through her dark hair, showing just how many colors run through it. We lie back on the cool green grass after a vigorous walk through the park. Petra thinks she does not exercise, but her pace when she walks is phenomenal. I am out of breath, partly from the walk, the giant calorie-ridden breakfast, and being with her. I turn on my side and look down at her as she is laid out on her back, still breathing hard. Her face is glowing with perspiration, and she has never looked more beautiful. Petra, I want more. I do not care about all the rest. I want you with me. Like all the time, I want you with me. I lean down close to her. She runs her hands around my neck and holds me close. We stay like that for a moment, just looking at each other. Then I ease back and just look at her. She is gorgeous, and all I can think about is keeping her with me. I have to go back to school. You are rich now. You do not even have to work if you do not want to. Shaking her head, she lets me know, I want to be a school teacher. It has been a dream of mine since I was little. I could not read as well as the other kids in my class. I was left behind in first grade. While all of my friends moved on, I stayed in Mrs. Hamilton's class. And I still could not read. Your mother should have had you move to another class, I say, as I feel bad for her. She finally did. I went to Mr. Scar's classroom. I was so afraid to be in his class. His name alone was frightening. It was Scarborough, but no little kid could say that, so his name to all of us was Mr. Scar. Was he mean-looking? I ask as I put myself in her shoes. With a nod, she confirms my suspicions. He was 10 feet tall and had a long white beard. His eyes were black as night and he smelled like ham. How awful, I tease her, then tickle her ribs a little. I bet he was not that bad at all. Well, that is how I thought of him before I was placed in his classroom. In there, I found out that he was of normal height, 5'8". That is short for a man, I comment. Yes, it is. And he did not have black eyes. He had brown ones, and they looked kind when I finally took a look at them. His beard was not even white. It was the same color as his brown hair, and he kept it neatly trimmed. And he taught me how to read in record time. He also instilled in me the passion to teach little kids. That is why I am going to be a kindergarten through 5th grade teacher. I want to help young children blossom. My heart is aching. It is insane how she is pushing through the blocks that have surrounded my heart for years, knocking them down with each word she says and each flutter of her long dark lashes. You are making something inside of me blossom, Petra. Her hand on my cheek makes me close my eyes as it sends so many feelings through me. Love is at the very top, and then she whispers, you are making things blossom inside of me too. You see, I had a romantic notion about who and what my caretaker would be. Everyone told me that love would never come into play. Everyone warned me that if I allowed that to happen, then I would be left with a broken heart. Do you plan on leaving me with that, Owen? I open my eyes, not believing what she is saying. I was also told that love was not a thing I would find in that club. And I believed it. Have I found love, Petra? Is that what this is? You tell me, she says, volleying the ball back in my court. Do you think of me more often than not? Nodding, I say, I think of you all the time. I even dream about you. And how about you? Do you think of me often? All the time. But I also think about myself, and what I can and cannot live with. I cannot just be the girl you come to when you want. But I want to all the time, I say with a chuckle. So there is not much to fear about that. Shaking her head, she says, that is not enough for me. With a sigh, I say, I know that. And you are right, it should not be enough for you. You deserve it all. An entire man, who would move heaven and earth for you if he needed to. Not some man who would leave you alone to miss him, and only come to you when he wanted to use you. You are better than that. She nods, and I am glad to see that. It is nice to have you understand that. It is nice to have you be so honest with me. The fact that you are not jumping through hoops for me is attractive. You do not try telling me to stay with you. You make me want to do that without saying a word. You are perfect, Petra. And probably more than I deserve, but I want you anyway. I thought we were not going to talk about this today, she says as her hands caress my face and she gazes at me. We should just let this day progress. We do have time together. No need to hurry anything up. I have been playing games with you, I admit. And I am aware of them, she says. It surprises me a little, not a lot though. I had a feeling she was playing me as well. You and I are kind of great together. Do you not think so? I do, she says, then pulls me close. I am not normal when I am with her. I am this young guy who is falling in love, a thing I have never felt. I thought I knew what love was. I had a high school girlfriend, and a couple in college. We exchanged I love yous, but I had no idea what love really was. I know that now, because I have rivers of emotions that are running through me. This has never happened to me before. I wonder how many caretakers actually do fall in love with their companions. I wonder if it happens more than any of the club members say it does. Or do they not talk about it, because of how things have ended up for them? They are all still at the club. Still seeking more. Still taking on new companions. If any of them had found what I have, would they still be there? Or have I really found love? I did tell Petra not to take anything personally. Could she be faking this? Could she not be taking me for my word? Pulling back, I ask, Petra, are you being real with me? She nods and smiles. Of course I am. No, I say as I shake my head and pull her to sit up. I told you not to take any of this personally. And I am not, she says, confirming my fears. She is just pretending. Getting up, I begin to pace back and forth, and notice the scowl on her face. I have no idea why she is looking at me like that, or why she is getting up to stop me from moving as her hands touch my shoulders. Owen, can you just speak plainly to me? I am not sure what is going on inside of your head right now. I do know I do not like the turn that you have taken. I am being real with you, and you think I am pretending. I know I told you not to take things personally. That was before things changed. Before I asked you if we could keep doing this. And you know I do not want to keep doing this, she says. The things I signed up for. The thing that will keep you above me, and in control of me. I cannot allow that. But you do care for me. I ask because I have to know. I take her by the shoulders and hold them firmly. The truth, Petra. Whether it will hurt me or not. I want the truth. That is not what the contract says. Right now, you are not my companion. She looks at me with a gleam in her dark eyes. Eyes that I could look into forever. Eyes that I want to look into forever. Deep chocolate pools of sheer beauty are what they are. The woman is holding my heart in her hands, and she does not seem to know it. You want the truth, she asks. Owen, I am unsure if you are having your fantasy or if this is real. I am living in this moment with you. But I have no idea if it is real or just real for right now. Do you even know? She has hit me with her question. Do I even know if I am living a fantasy, or if these are real feelings? Do I know the difference between love and infatuation? Do I know myself well enough to make the kind of commitment I want to make to her? Should I slow down? Should I keep my words to myself? Her hand trails over my shoulder as she looks me over. My body has been built out of what was once mostly excess weight. My mind was sculpted by professors and other doctors. My heart has been molded by a couple of parents who have no idea what love really is. And here I stand in front of a perfect woman, and have the audacity to think that any of this is real. This is just a fantasy, nothing more than that. I am not capable of anything more than that. I have no idea how to love anyone. And Petra deserves real love. Taking her hand, I lead her back to the car. Let us forget about all of this. I want to take you shopping. What do you say to a bunch of new clothes? I want to send you back to college, looking the part of a school teacher. If that is what you want. She trails along behind me. Birds chirp overhead, the sun filters through the tall trees, and I hold her hand. A hand that feels right in mine. A hand that I am going to miss when she goes back to Ohio and I go back to Los Angeles. I will most likely never see her again after this is over. This is just a fantasy that we are living right now. Funny how I never got caught up like this before. Funny how things happen like that. Owen, she says as she pulls me to a stop. I turn around and see tears are leaving trails down her cheeks. Why in the world are you crying? Because I thought something was about to happen back there, and it is breaking my heart that it stopped. This is not a fantasy in my head. If you think that, then I want you to know that is not the case. Everything I feel for you is 100% real. I am not some phony girl. And I would love it if you would tell me your real feelings. Staring at her, I have to wonder if I can say it now. None of this feels like reality to me. But then again, I work on a reality show that does not feel real to me either.
Chapter 23. Petra. When his eyes go narrow, I feel a chill run through me as he walks away from me, getting into the driver's seat. Petra, who are you to put me on the spot like that? He gets into the car and I stand perfectly still, frozen by his harsh words. Sure, I have had worse things said to me, but what he just said cut me to the core. Who am I? I ask him. He closes the door and looks straight ahead as he starts the car. I turn around and begin to walk away. He might own me for the rest of the summer, but that does not mean I have to get into a car with him. Not after his abrupt change in attitude. I hear the sound of the window going down. Petra, get in this car. I keep walking. Forget him. Tires squeal and the engine revs up and then he is gone. I turn around in disbelief. He has left me. My heart pounds as I think about what I should do. I do not have one thing with me. No purse, no cell phone, nothing. I watch as he takes a left turn. Then I am really alone in this park, somewhere in Portland. Now I am rethinking the whole not getting into the car with him thing. It seems like I made a rash decision. Do I not know you? Comes a high-pitched male voice. I turn around and see a short guy with a long dark mustache looking at me. He is squinting, then pulls a pair of glasses out of the pocket of his short-sleeve white button-down shirt. When he puts them on, they make his light blue eyes appear huge. When he pulls his baseball cap off so he can see me even better, I find he has wisps of dark hair on an otherwise bald head. He seems to realize he is showing more of himself than he intended, and puts it back on as pink fills his round face. Sir, I am not from around here, I say as he looks me up and down. So it is impossible that you know me. I turn to walk away, still unsure of where I am going. Quickly he comes up next to me, matching my quick pace. No, I have seen you somewhere. His small hand touches my arm and I stop and look at it, then at him. Do you know of a place called the Dungeon of Decorum? I go numb. I cannot seem to make words come out of my mouth. The odd little man knows me from the exclusive club, and I am suddenly very apprehensive. I belong to someone. Yes, I know, he says, then looks around. And where is your caretaker? I am not sure what to say. I say nothing at all. Taking off again, I try my best to leave him behind me. He should know better than to bother another man's companion, after all. I am taken aback as he grabs my arm and spins me around. He may be small, but he is strong. Hey. I am sorry, he says as he puts his glasses back into his pocket. It is just that you should not be out here all alone. Have you run away? Was your caretaker mean, or did he mistreat you? No, I say as I look around and pray that Owen will come back for me. You should really leave me alone. I do not know what my caretaker will do to you, if he catches your hands on me. He releases the tight grip he has on me and nods. You are right. But where is he? I do not want to let him in on anything, so I shrug. He had something to do, and left me here to wait for him. You did not look like you were waiting. You looked like you were about to cry. I bid on you. Did he tell you that? He asks me as he shifts his weight from one foot to another. I hesitate to say anything to the little man who is eyeing me like crazy.
I need to be alone, sir. Chance, he says.
My name is Chance, and I wanted you from the moment I saw you on the club's website. I had interesting ideas for the two of us. I did not end up winning any of my bids at the auction. If your caretaker is not interested enough in you to keep you safe, then he might be into making me a little deal for some of your time. I think I will wait with you for him, and see what he says about lending you to me when he has no use for you. And now I am furious, as he is talking about me as if I am nothing more than a toy for the club members to play with.
Now you listen to me.
I am not about to be loaned out like someone's possession. My caretaker and I are quite happy together. He would never allow another man to be near me. I understand completely, he adds.
I simply thought your caretaker might be open to discussion.
That is none of your business. I stop what was about to be a verbal assault on the little creep, as I hear the sound of the Maserati coming down the street. When I spin around, I see the steely grey of the machine as it speeds up. Owen sees the man talking to me, and I think this guy should run. Is this him now? The fool asks. I will just run my idea by him.
You should get out of here, I warn him.
He is going to be mad. I watch a sly grin form on his thin lips. Maybe at you. My mouth gapes open as I hear Owen shouting, "Get yourself in the car." I hurry to do as he says, and find him making long strides toward poor little Chance, who's too dumb to follow my warning. Not looking at Owen as I run past him, I head to the car and get inside. The two men exchange words that look to be heated. The smaller man seems like an idiot, as he stands up to Owen. Then I see Owen's face, as he looks back at me, with a desperate expression on his handsome face. Then he turns back to Chance and the two shake hands. Waiting for Owen to return, I find myself worried about that handshake. His face is ashen as he gets back into the car. Darn it. What? I ask as he takes off. He knows who I am. I sit in silence as that sinks in. Owen will have to deal with this situation. I know he will. If that man is stooping to blackmail, then Owen has no choice but to consider his demands.
This is my fault, I say as I look at the floor.
No, it is mine. I should not have left you where anyone could get to you. His knuckles are white as he grips the steering wheel. He wants to borrow you for at least a few sessions. Owen, I say, then gulp. I do not want to, but I will do what is necessary if it means he will keep your secret. He pulls to the side of the road and looks at me with sad eyes. I will never allow that to happen. I cannot sit idly by and let him expose you to the world. I know it is your biggest fear. I will not let anyone hurt you like that. I reach over, take his hand, and rub the back of it against my cheek. I was wrong for trying to make you say the words to me first. I was wrong for baiting you, Owen. The fact is, I love you. I will not allow anyone to hurt you. Not ever. I will go to the man, and meet with him if needed. I can do that for you. Owen's eyes twinkle as he stares into mine. You love me. With a nod, I say it again. I love you, Owen Cantrell. And I will do everything I can to keep your secret safe. His lower lip quivers, and I see the emotion as it overwhelms him. Tears pool in his eyes. Then he drops his head. No one has ever made me feel the way you do, Petra. I have heard those words hundreds of times, but no one has ever made me feel the love that you do. You would go through hardship for me. That is more than anyone should even ask of someone they love. I would do it for you. I will do it for you, I say, then shake my head to clear it. Wait. Did you just say that you love me in a roundabout way? When he raises his head to look at me, tears fall down his whiskered cheeks. I love you, Petra Bakari. Reaching over to take his handsome face between my palms, I touch my forehead to his gently. The tears on his face make my heart pound and ache for the man. I have to protect him. No matter what the cost, I have to keep his secret. Just as we pull back, our eyes meet. So, we love each other. Now what?
Now, we figure out how to get that little pest off my back without you having to meet with him.
You see, he told me about what he wants. While we were in the bidder's booth, he was quite honest about his interests. Okay, I say with a sigh. Give it to me straight. What kinds of things would he want?
First, know this, he says as he cups my chin and runs his thumb over my cheek.
Neither that man nor any other man will ever lay a finger on you.
Owen,
I begin to protest.
No, he stops me. I love you, Petra.
I will never allow another man to be near you. If my secret comes out, then it comes out.
No. Yes, he says as he leans over and touches my cheek gently. That is my problem to deal with.
I never meant for you to think you would have to do a thing with that man. I merely was upset, and trying my hardest to think about what I could do. You can lend me to him, Owen, I say with a smile. My limits are set. He cannot do anything inappropriate. You have not set limits on everything, baby. Owen's fingers touch my hand gently. That is what he wants. He thinks he can convince you to change your limits. Does that fool think he can manipulate me into agreeing to more? He nods and I shake my head firmly. Then he says, I will come up with something. Do not worry. He pulls away from the curb and back onto the street. Owen, I really will do anything for you. Please let me help you if you need it. Promise me. With a sideways glance he lets me know, I am a man, Petra. You are the first person who has ever loved me for me. You are the first person that knows what my desire is, and has accepted me as I am. I am not about to hand you over to anyone. If it means I lose the show and my practice, then so be it. As long as I have you, that is all I need.
Chapter 24. Owen. Sitting in the hotel room, I am lost in thought while Petra rests nearby. My head is a mess. I am both afraid and unafraid of everything at this moment. I love her, and that alone gives me strength I was not aware I had residing inside of me. She stirs and blinks at me. Are you still awake? I nod and smile at her. Go back to sleep, baby. She does not listen to me and sits up instead, as she rubs her eyes with the back of her hand. Owen, do not be nervous about a thing. While I was resting, the answer came to my settled mind. With a chuckle, I ask, and what is the answer? There are stiff penalties for giving out any member's information. I bet the fact Chance threatened you is enough to have him thrown out of the club. Do you not have anyone you can talk to about it? Isabel or one of the men in charge? I should go to see one of the men in charge. Isabel is not the person to help me with this. I smile at her gratefully. You are one smart woman. Thanks, she says, settling back comfortably. Owen, what are you and I going to do about us and our distance between each other once summer is over? I have thought about that a lot. Why can you not transfer to a college in California? Maybe UCLA. Are your grades good enough to get into that college? I think so, she says. But where would I stay? She sits up to look at me. At my own place, where you will come to me when you want. As if you would allow that, I say with a grin. How about you live with me? Are you sure about that? She asks with a straight face that tells me she does not entirely trust me, which hurts. Now, why would you ask me a thing like that? Because you have made this decision too quickly, and I think you might want a little while to think it all through. She settles back down. I love the way she thinks things through carefully. I love the way she challenges me. I love everything about her, and I know my decision is the right one. We have the rest of the summer to hammer out the details. But that is what I want, Petra. If that is what you want. I will think about it, she says with a smile on her beautiful face. I laugh gently. Maybe you need to be reminded who makes the decisions around here, you little imp. I laugh and she sighs. Is that what you want, Owen? She asks me as she looks at me thoughtfully. Do you want to rule me? I meet her eyes so she can understand what I want. Petra, I want you to take me as I am. I do not want you to try to change me, and I will not try to change you. There will be times when I need you to be quiet. Let me come to you and get out frustrations with the world just by being with you. Sometimes talking, sometimes not. Can you do that for me? I can do anything for you, she says, then looks at me seriously. But I am going to have to be careful not to lose myself in the process. Can you promise to help me? I nod firmly. I promise. Her fingers gesture gently. So that is it then. You and I are going to live together. Gazing at her, I feel she should have more than just that. Taking her hand, I hold it gently. You deserve more. Having you is more than I need, Owen. Being with you is all I need. Her words do something to my heart. It races and skips a beat as I look at the perfect young woman who will be a part of my life now. The first woman to actually be a part of my life. I moved closer to her, and what followed needed no words. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing track of time as we talked late into the night about our future together. When morning came, I found myself thinking about her in a completely new way. Without saying a word, we exchanged feelings with just our eyes. Softly, she swept her eyes over my face, and I did the same, memorizing each and every little thing about her. The way one eyebrow is slightly arched, and the other runs in a solid, smooth line. The way she is already getting laugh lines at the corners of her mouth. To me, that means she is happy most of the time. I like that her face tells me that without knowing anything else about her. Her pupils are large as she looks into mine. I love you, Owen. It is amazing how my heart speeds up with her words, and my body feels warm. I love you, Petra. I look at her intently, taking in her presence. She captivates me with nothing more than her essence. I am 34 years old, and this is the first time I have actually felt this way about anyone. It boggles my mind a bit. As I sit with her, I think about how she brings out things in me no one ever has before. The thought runs through my head that she is mine now. I have won her heart just as she has won mine. Speaking softly, I murmur, "You are mine in all ways, Petra." "I am yours, sir." She smiles contentedly, and I feel a warmth spread through me. In this moment, I realize something has shifted within me. A seed of possibility that I had never wanted to see grow suddenly feels like it could take root with her. I could trust her, even with my children.
Chapter 25. Petra. Waking to the sound of the television, I sit up quickly, as I hear the name Dr. Owen Cantrell being said by some man. What is going on? Owen's pacing tells me more than his words can, as he seems to be speechless. He paused, struggling to form words. How could she? He trailed off, unable to finish. Getting up, I go to him and stand close as I listen to the television. Watching it, I see Owen's picture on the upper right side of the screen. An anchorman says, Beverly Hills reconstruction was pulled from the Friday night lineup on its current network until things can be figured out. That is what one of the producers of the reality television show Dr. Owen Cantrell is a big part of said late last night. His associate Dr. Dina Dion, also a plastic surgeon but one with a lesser role in the series, was mortified by what she found out when she went to Portland, Oregon, to surprise the man she says she has been dating for the past 3 years. To say the doctor, a man this country has come to idolize, has let his fans down and his girlfriend is a vast understatement. I grab the remote and turn off the television. Okay, I say as I take his hand shaking and led him to sit on the edge of the chair. It is out. Nothing can be done about that now. Do you have a publicist? As he is shaking his head, I already basically knew he does not. If he had one, then he would have made better decisions long ago. I am ruined, Petra. No, you are not. I sit next to him and put my arm around him. This is a thing many people do. And you have been made to feel ashamed of it. His eyes are dark as he looks at me. Because it is a shameful thing. That is why we hide it. No, you hide it because it is misunderstood. I say we be honest about it. Do not try to hide it anymore. We are consenting adults. Anyone you have done this with also consented. You hurt no one. You should not hang your head in shame. It is just that I was worried about that little pest outing me, and my own co-worker did it. I feel stupid. He hangs his head, and I feel the anger build up inside of me. I have seen her on the show. She is not really your girlfriend, is she? Looking up, he takes me by the shoulders and holds me still as he searches my eyes. Petra, I told her time and time again that I would not even date her. I do not even like the woman. But I did see her on kind of a regular basis. Kind of regular basis? I ask. Like how regular? Like most Saturday nights. And you do not feel like you two had anything going? I asked, trying my best not to judge him. Because almost every Saturday night is often, and I can see a person thinking you had more going on. I was honest with her about it. And I was always drunk when I went to her house and let myself in. I would leave as soon as I could. He lets me go and hangs his head in shame. I am a terrible person. No, you are not, I say as I stand close to him. Everyone will hate me, and I will be thrown off the show. I might even lose all my clients. He will not look at me as he puts his face in his hands. Maybe this is where your tide turns, Owen. I touch his shoulder gently. Maybe this is where you make something different out of yourself. I do not want to make something else out of myself, he says as he looks at me. I am happy with my life. Oh yeah? I ask. Then why so many drunken Saturday nights, seeking out a woman you say you did not even like? I do not know, he says, then gets up and heads to get ready for the day. I have messed up so badly. I have never messed up in my life, and now it is like a volcano has erupted and blown me off the planet. Walking behind him, I am not about to let him fall into a depression about this. Is that woman in Portland? I am not sure if she is or if she came and left, he answers me. Cannot you call her and tell her that we need to speak to her about what she has done? We, he asks. Yes, I tell him. I am not leaving you to face this alone, Owen. You should, he says, then looks at me seriously. Hollywood can be nasty. I am sure she does not know your name. I will do this on my own, leaving you and your reputation out of it. It hits me that I could be plastered all over the news too, and that could affect any schools that I might apply to teach at, especially in Los Angeles, where Owen wants us to live. I go quiet as I think about what that would mean for me. Owen touches my cheek gently. I understand, if you want to end things with me. Jerking my head to look at him, I whisper, never. His eyes droop at the outer edges, and he shakes his head. I cannot let you come along for this ride, baby. I will not do that to you. I want to talk to her. I can make her see things for what they are. Let me do that. Shaking his head again, he looks at me seriously, then says, you will only fuel her fire. I will have to handle things and take my consequences. Owen, let me help you. Let me be there for you and face this with you. We are together now. I look at him pleadingly. Not anymore, Petra. He looks at me firmly. I will not bring you down with me. I love you too much to do that to you. Owen, do not. He stops me by holding up his hand, and I feel the backs of my eyes burning. This cannot be happening to us. I stare into his eyes as he whispers, do not make this harder than it already is. Do not end what we have. I have never known love before. Do not ruin me, Owen. If you leave me over this, then I will be ruined. I mean it. No, you will not. He smiles at me. Petra, you will recover from this. I promise you that you will. And as you watch the media tear me apart, you will be grateful that I let you go, and did not hold on to you through it all. I will be called names like monster and pervert. And if you are with me, standing at my side, you will be called a brainless woman of loose morals. I am not one, I say and smile right back at him. I am not a little girl, Owen. I know I am only 21, but I have my head on straight. I have a heart full of love for you, and I will not be that easy to ridicule. You also will not get to teach, he reminds me. That is your dream. You told me that yourself. I will not be the reason you do not get to live out your dream. Do not even ask me to do that to you. I do not know what on earth to say to the man. He is being such a hero, but at his expense. And I cannot let him do that to himself. A knock at the hotel door has both of us freezing.
Who do you think that is?
I ask.
No idea.
We should get ready. I need to get you back into the safety of the apartment at the club. He moves toward the door cautiously. You can stay in the apartment with me. I hurry to get properly dressed. He follows me as the knocking persists. Then a woman's voice calls out, "Owen, I know you are in there. I have been watching your rental car. And you have that little woman with you too. It is time to face the music." His eyes are wide as he looks at me. Good grief. It is Dina. Something moves through me. Panic leads the procession of emotions, followed by offense, and bringing up the rear is pure, unadulterated anger. That woman who is at the door has single-handedly ruined my man's career, and that is not okay. Let us get ready and let her in, I tell him as I move away from him. I find a dress, and make sure I am presentable as he watches me in concern. We cannot let her in.
Oh yes we can, I say and walk toward the living area.
Owen quickly moves to the door, and plants himself in front of it. No. His eyes look stern, and his manner is a bit commanding. But the woman on the other side of that door needs to be straightened out, and I plan on doing the straightening.
Why not?
I ask with a loud voice.
Let me in, Dina shouts.
I can hear you both. Owen steps away from the door, and places his hands on my shoulders. He looks at me squarely in the eyes. Because I need you to trust me on this. Do not open that door. I need to handle this myself, companion. My jaw clenches as I think about opening the door, and dealing with that woman. But then I feel like I would be breaking our bond. The first thing that brought us together. A thing that, while most might not understand it, I hold dear to my heart. Stepping back, I nod reluctantly and move away from the door. No words leave my lips. I am his until the contract is up. I will follow the agreement I signed. I will let him control this situation, however he sees fit. Placing his hand on my shoulder, he whispers, "Thank you, Petra. Owen is not your typical caretaker. He has a lot of things going on inside of him that most caretakers do not. I am brand new to this, and I can even see it. As for his involvement in this world, he is about to pay the ultimate price, his livelihood. And he wants me to stand by and say nothing, hide even. And I need to let him do that for me, I suppose. I need to let him take the hero's way out of this, and save my reputation. But it feels wrong. I need you to go into the bedroom and stay there while I let her in and talk to her, he tells me, sending a shiver down my spine. Jerking my head up, I said firmly no. His hand is firm as he places it on my shoulder. Yes. He guides me toward the bedroom. Remember our agreement, Petra. Do as I ask. I do not want you involved in this any more than you already are. He picks up his shirt from yesterday. I grabbed another shirt and said, "Hey." He turns around, and I hand it to him. Put this on. I am incredibly jealous where you are concerned. He smiles as he pulls the shirt over his head, and I cross my arms in front of him. Then he nods. He closes the door, making me feel as if I am a coward. Pressing my ear to the door, I listen as hard as I can. I hear him unlock the door, and then Dina says, "Finally." The door closes and Owen says, "Why would you do what you have done, Dina? I have always been honest with you. You should never have come here, and you should have never told the world about what I am doing here." "So you admit it," she says, and I hear her sit down on the couch. "You have yourself a little companion out here, and you are part of a club. I cannot decide which I am more upset about, you being here without me, or you being involved with this at all. And I cannot believe you went to the press and told them things you were not even sure of," he says. I was sure. I saw you and some young woman come out of a strange garage yesterday morning. I was sure that when I drove into that garage, I came into an odd-looking place, and was met by security officers who asked me what business I had there. You had no business there, Dina. You were being nosy.
Well, when the man you love is.
She cannot finish as he stops her. Do not say anything like that. You and I do not love each other, Dina. Did you let your little companion know how you come to me often? She asks him, and I start to see red.
I have never cared for you in that way.
Not even once. I have only seen you casually.
Yes, you have been with me many times.
So does she know that? She asks. Do you have her waiting for you to get rid of me? Is she listening to all this? That is none of your business, he says, and I hear his voice faltering a bit. Owen, you and I have something. And you could have told me about your needs. You did not have to come all the way here to get them fulfilled. If you want someone to be with, then be with me.
But for goodness sake, leave poor young women alone.
It is just wrong. Then I hear him breaking as he says, I guess I am wrong. Then my heart breaks for him, and I cannot take any more of this.
Chapter 26. Owen. Get out, Petra shouts as she comes out of the bedroom door. Moving quickly to reach her, I hold her back as she tries to move toward Dina. Stop. The smirk Dina has on her face makes me angry, and makes Petra even madder than she already is. The sound that comes from her is frightening even to me. You horrible person. He is not evil. You do not even know this man, Petra says loudly to Dina. Stop, I shout at Petra again and try to get her to pay attention to me. Now. Her body is shaking, and I have never seen anyone so mad in my life. Her eyes turn to meet mine, and I see the pain behind them. She is wrong, Owen. You are not evil. I heard you agree with her, and I want you to know there is absolutely nothing wrong with you. You need to let me handle this, I tell her as I try to guide her back to the bedroom. But her feet are firmly planted, making it hard to get her to where I want her. Let her stay, Dina says as she gets up and looks Petra over. This child has no idea what the differences are between right and wrong. Petra's eyes leave mine to glare at Dina, who is looking back at her with a quizzical expression. What has he done to you so far? You can tell me, child. First, I am not a child, Petra says with her jaw clenched tightly. And what he and I have done is none of your concern. This man has never hurt me. Not even once. And you have hurt him more than his fair share. I know he has been seeing you on a regular basis, and I know you must feel jealous, but ruining his work life is not right. You are a kid, Dina says with a grin. You might be barely of legal age, but believe me, you are nothing more than a kid. And you have been led to do things you most likely will not even consider doing, once you reach adulthood. Trust me. Petra stops shaking and smiles at Dina. I am an adult. I have taken care of myself for many years now. I have my life in order. As do you. The difference between us is that I love this man, and you merely want to have him. You would destroy him before allowing him to love anyone other than yourself. With a loud burst of laughter, Dina says, You do not even know the man. That is enough, I say, as I have had it. Dina, leave. You have done what you have done, and nothing can change that. I probably will not have the show anymore, and you will still be on it, I am sure. Go back to Los Angeles, and leave me alone to figure out what I am going to do with my life now that you have destroyed it. Do you think it is going to be that easy for you, Owen? Dina asks me with a smirk on her thin lips. I am not about to let you go. You see, I have a plan. It will be rehab for you. Counseling is what you will go in for, and substance issues. You do have that nasty habit of getting intoxicated most Saturdays, and ending up at my place. Did he tell you that I gave him a key to my house about 3 years ago, and since then he has come over most Saturday nights, then left me without so much as a word? Petra nods, and I clear my throat. I have told her everything, Dina. You are not going to shock her with anything you have to say. Listen to me, Petra says quietly. This man is not in need of counseling. He is not struggling with substances either. He is on the cusp of becoming the man he is supposed to be. You are trying to drag him down, and I will not allow it. Dina's laughter peals through the air, and makes my skin crawl as it sounds unpleasant. Then she narrows her eyes at Petra. You listen to me, you foolish girl. This man has problems. You are too young to understand these types of things. But he can get help, and I will be the woman by his side who makes that happen. Not you. Dina, I have asked you to leave and you have ignored me. Do not make me call security, I tell her, and watch her unpleasant expression turn to one of sorrow. Owen, send this girl on her way. Let me help you. If you and I leave this hotel together, then the news media will see that and you will have a fighting chance. Hollywood loves a good comeback story. If you leave here with this young woman, then the media will eat you both alive. Dina extends her long, thin, bony hand. Do what is best for you, sweetheart. And it will be best for your little fool, too. Petra laughs, then says, What are you talking about? Owen and I met online when I asked him a question about getting cosmetic surgery consultation. He and I started talking, and he told me how he always spends the summers in Portland. He asked me to come and join him here, in this hotel for the summer. It was me who wanted to check out one of this town's many clubs that cater to people who like certain things. He took me there to fulfill my curiosity, and nothing more than that. You think you know things, but you do not. We have just heard the lies you told the media, and we are going to straighten things out today, you foolish woman. With Petra's words, I feel like she might have the right idea. No one in the club will ever give out any information on me. Just like the way I handled things when Petra said my name, I am messing up with this too. But thank goodness Petra is cool as a cucumber, and is on my side. I am a foolish woman? Dina asks as she throws her hand to her chest. You are the foolish one. He has already confessed. To be in the club, nothing more than that, Petra shouts at her. You see, he feels guilty over that. He should not, but he does. Dina looks at me. Do you expect me and the rest of the world to believe that nonsense? It is the truth, I say. And you can believe it or not. I will be talking to the producers and telling them the truth about things. And I will be asking them to take you off the show. It is not like you have the fans that I do. Well, your fans are disgusted with you, Owen. Let us not forget that. For what? Petra asks. For your lies? We are going to fix that. I look at Petra and shake my head. I am going to fix that, baby. You are staying out of this. Watching Dina's red lips curl into a smile is more than Petra can take, and she tries to move toward Dina, a thing I stop as I hold her back firmly. I am pretty sure her arms will have marks on them from my grip. When Dina openly laughs, I think about letting the angry young woman I am holding back loose. It would serve her right. Dina walks toward the door though. I think her instincts have finally kicked in, and she is beginning to realize that the young lady I am holding back is quite upset if she is given a chance. I will see you back in Los Angeles, Owen. If you come back, that is. I can see you prefer to take the hard road instead of the easy path I am offering you. Good luck with things. Then she is out the door, and I can finally let Petra go. Only to have to hold her back again as she rushes for the door. Taking her by the shoulders, I guide her with me to lock the door, then take her to the bedroom as she wiggles and fights me to let her go. Owen, just let me confront her one time, she pleads. As if once would be enough for you. I close the door behind us. We need to get ready to get out of here. I am going to call the car rental company and have them pick up the Maserati and bring us something boring and plain. Then I am calling the concierge to bring us up some sweats with hoodies. We will need to get out of here without being noticed. Petra stares at me, then says, Stop it, Owen. Just stop it. You have done nothing wrong. Our business is our business. Did you not follow what I told her? I used your own idea about what we would do if anyone recognized you. And no one at the club will ever rat us out. That little troublemaker Chance would, I remind her. Get on the phone and call the club. Tell them about Chance and what he threatened you with. Let them handle him. Leticia, the trainers, and Isabel told me that if I ever felt threatened, then I needed to let the club know. They will protect their members at all times. So make the call, Owen. They will protect you too. I never thought about that, I mumble. Well, start thinking and stop confessing to things, she says, then gets up on her knees on the chair and comes toward me with her arms open. I embrace her and hold her close. I have never had anyone in my corner the way she is. Neither of my parents ever protected me the way she has. No one has ever been so completely there for me, the way Petra has. I cannot take her down with me. She thinks redirecting the narrative can get me out of this mess. I know it cannot. I know there are reporters who will stoop low, that most will not, just to get dirt on a celebrity. I will get caught in my lies, and that will be even worse. Petra is young and does not understand the real world. This is a place where people judge every little thing you do. We are judged on what we eat, how much we drink, and what we look like on the outside. I know that better than most. The music must be played, and I will have to do that alone.
Chapter 27. Petra. Following Owen's lead, he decides to go to the club to deal with Chance first. The rental car is now a minivan, and we are hiding underneath hoodies. There was not a slew of paparazzi in the hotel lobby, but there were enough to make things bad if he tried to deal with them, without being a bit rehearsed. The ride to the club is much too quiet. Owen's mind must be a mess, as he tries to figure a way out of this. And everything I have said to him so far has not made a dent in his obvious anxiety. But I cannot just stop trying to help him. Owen, let us go to Isabel's office and shred our contract. Get the money you have in the escrow account for me. End your membership with the Dungeon of Decorum. There will be no trail to follow then. He glances at me as he drives down the road. If I do that, then you are not guaranteed that money. And I want you to have it, Petra. If the worst happens and you get thrown off the show and lose clients in your practice, then you will need that money. I will be okay. I am used to being poor. You are not. I touch his arm gently and watch him frown. I am not about to take my money back. He picks up my hand and squeezes it gently. I have plenty of money. No one can touch my investments. If clients drop me, so be it. If the show gets cancelled or they find another lead doctor, who cares? For someone with that carefree attitude, you certainly look worried. He pulls onto the road that leads us to the club's parking garage. I am worried for you, Petra. I do not want anyone to ever say a bad thing about you. My heart flutters. He is worried about me. Not himself the way I thought. I cannot lie and say I am not worried about myself too. But I think the original plan will work. The worst thing we have done according to our story is go check out an exclusive club. So what? Just as we pull up to the entrance to the garage, we are met with the missing paparazzi. Cameras are picked up and pointed at us, as reporters come toward the minivan. Owen throws the car into reverse and peels away. Owen. No. They do not know who we are. You should have driven right through them. We have on hoods. We are in another car. You just made us look completely guilty. Goodness, you are dramatic. I do not know how to do this, Petra. He goes faster, as some of the reporters get into their cars and are coming after us. These people are insane. I look out the back window. Slow down, Owen. None of this matters. Do not give them the satisfaction of all the drama. Just go the speed limit and stop acting guilty. Petra, you and I are wearing hoodies. We have changed cars, and we are pulling back into the club's parking garage. You tell me how I am going to downplay that. He turns a corner so fast I feel like we are only on two wheels. Owen. I grab the bar at the top of the door. The van wobbles as we get around the corner. Please stop yelling. You are making me even more nervous, Petra. Something more than fear courses through me as I look at Owen's profile. He is afraid. For me, for him, and for his career and reputation. All because of how other people see things. And now I am even more upset. Let me out, Owen. Let me talk to the reporters. Absolutely not, Petra. You are young. That much is true. You have no idea how other people can ruin your life. I do, baby. I love you. I am not about to let you hurt yourself by doing things you do not understand. He veers to the right, and we fly over a small hill. He is heading out of town. The buildings are getting further and further behind us, and the cars are still following.
When do you plan on stopping? When I lose them all.
He takes a sharp left, then a right, and we are going deeper into the woods. You have no idea where you are going, do you? Away from Portland. He takes another right, and then I see a sign that tells me he has no other choice but to face those who are chasing him. Those who think they can accuse the man I love of doing something terrible. You have found yourself a dead end, Owen. The tires squeal as he comes to a stop. White smoke billows around us. It is thick and does not clear right away as the dense, tall mass of trees holds it in place. Get out, Owen shouts at me. Owen. I hesitate. Do as I say. Get out of the car and run. Into the burnt, rubber-smelling smoke I go. I cannot see a thing, and my eyes burn. My hand is grabbed, and I am dragged along into the woods. Thankful for the sneakers, I run with Owen as he zigs and zags through the woods. Behind us, I can hear cars and doors opening and closing, and people talking. I cannot understand any of them, as we run so fast, and get deeper into the wilderness with each step we take. We run, and then Owen stops as we have come to another end. We are on the top of a cliff. A lake is sprawled out beneath us. Neither of us can breathe well. I let his hand go and put my hands on my knees, bending over, trying to catch my breath. Now what? He looks around, gasping for air too. I think we have lost them. Obviously. I look behind us, to see only an incredibly thick forest. I think we are lost too. Owen looks up, then from one side to the other. Yeah, maybe. But we can figure things out. No one is going to find us in here. And we are going to eat what? Sleep where? I hold out my arms and turn all the way around. Any bright ideas about that? I mean, you realize that our cell phones were in the car, right? Those reporters will know that it was us in that van. The van that you rented. That is all easily traced. He lets out a frustrated shout, then sits on the ground. You have a way of making yourself look so completely guilty, when you have done nothing wrong. I sit down next to him. When I said your name you freaked and fled. And now you are doing the same thing. What we did is not illegal. It might be misunderstood, frowned upon and even ridiculed, but it is not against the law. Looking down at the ground, he picks at the moss that is covering the granite rock. Have I lost you? Why would you even ask that? I reach out and run my hand over his bearded cheek. Sad eyes find mine. Because I make stupid decisions. I get myself in predicaments, and now I am dragging you into them too. I would understand completely, if you want to call this whole thing off. You would. He nods. I would. You would not miss me at all? I would miss you like crazy. He takes my hand and holds it in a loose grip. But I love you, Petra. It is an honest love, a pure love. I cannot take you through my disaster of a life. So you would leave me out of it all? I pull our hands up and hold them to my heart. You would walk away from me to protect me. Is that what you are saying? Are you saying that you would let me out of the contract, give me the money, and leave me alone? He nods and I drop my head. I do not know what to say to him. He would cut his own heart out rather than stand up for himself. He is weak. I love you so much, it would hurt me to see you hurt by all of this. There will be Dina on the news, telling the world how I was at her place almost every Saturday night for 3 years. That is pretty bad right there. Add in the reporters, saying how they found me going back to the exclusive club that Dina said she saw me coming out of, and you have another strike against me. If I keep you, then people will call me terrible things because you are 21, and I am 34, 13 years older than you. Goodness, Owen. You make things sound terrible. I get up and throw my hands into the air. Looking at the blue water below, I decided to do something crazy to try to get to him. Bye. He looks up at me with a confused expression. I step to the edge of the cliff and wave at him, then jump. I can hear him yelling as I fall, and look up to find him watching me. Hitting the water with my pointed feet, I start kicking as soon as I can and begin to come up to the top. The water is nice and cold and just what I needed. I hear a splash as soon as my head breaks the surface. Wiping my eyes, I look up at the cliff and see Owen is gone. Waiting for him to come up, I start to get worried. Then I gasp as something touches my leg and pulls me under. Eyes wide open, I find Owen has me and moves up to hold me as we pop up. Both of us are breathing hard as we tread water, and then he smiles at me. We laugh and splash water at each other, then swim toward the shoreline that is not too far away. Climbing onto one of the large granite stones that dot the shoreline, we lie back and look up at the trees that filter the sun's light. "And you call me dramatic," he says, then reaches out to hold my hand. "You scared me." "Good. You were scaring me. I got you back." I give his hand a squeeze.
For a man who should have it all together, I do not have anything together.
He sighs and turns over to face me. "I am not about to go on a pity party again while you are around." "Good," I say, then turn on my side to face him. "And you need to know that I am not going anywhere. Better get over having those kinds of parties for yourself anymore. Can we just hide out here in the Oregon woods forever? I promise I can build you a home out of logs. I can catch fish for dinner and find berries for breakfast. It will be like our own little Eden." He looks at me warmly. "You can be my Eve and I will be your Adam. What do you say to that, baby?" "That actually sounds really good, Owen. Just you and me, wearing fig leaves. Wait, does this forest even have fig trees? I mean, if it does not, then what would we wear?" His smile makes my heart thump in my chest. "Bearskins." "Oh no. There are bears in these woods, are there not? And wolves too, Owen." I sit up and look around, suddenly feeling like we are being watched. Most likely by wild animals that are looking at us like dinner. He sits up and laughs, then pulls me close, holding me tight. "I will not let anything hurt you. You should know that by now, Petra." "People, now I know you will not let them hurt me. Ferocious, dangerous animals."
Not so sure about that.
"Sorry." With an eye roll he sighs, "Come on." "Hey," a man shouts, and we both look to see who it is. Owen says with concern, "Someone has found us." "Seems so," I mumble. A man comes walking out of the trees. He is wearing khaki shorts and a yellow t-shirt. His sunglasses come off as he approaches us. Owen hops up, pulling me with him, and he says, "Hey, I know you." A smile travels over the other man's lips. "I know you too."
Chapter 28. Owen. Did Chance actually say he would give out information on you, Owen? Grant Jameson asks me as we sit in his cozy cabin. We picked the right lake to jump into. It is one that Grant has a cabin so close to he could hear us. He came to see who was playing so near to his place, and found us thankfully. Petra sips on a glass of water as she reads a book Grant gave her. He also let her and me borrow some comfortable clothes while ours dry in the dryer. He is quite the godsend. No, he did not come right out and say he would tell anyone who I am. I just got the feeling he would. You know, he was menacing. I sip the water he poured us, and wonder if I was being paranoid where Chance was concerned. "I will deal with him," Grant says, then looks at Petra. Her file says she is in college to be a schoolteacher. We do not want her future to be ruined by anything that concerns our club. Nor yours, for that matter. He takes another sip, then looks at me with a frown. "You should have come straight to the club or called. You have made several mistakes. Now we have to clean this mess up." Unsure if that can happen, I ask, "Is that even possible?" "Anything is possible, Owen." With another glance at Petra, Grant smiles, then looks back at me. "The first thing we have to do is call Isabel, and tell her to shred everything that has either of your names or pictures on it. I will have her delete all of the information on both of you. She will move the money you have in the escrow account for Petra back into the account it came from. If that is what you really want." "What else can I do?" I ask him, as I have no idea. He smiles. "Be upfront about things. I thought the whole thing behind belonging to a club like that is to keep things secretive. He nods. It is. No one wants their private matters aired in public. I am not suggesting you tell anyone a thing about belonging to the club. I am suggesting that you and Petra go to the media with a story. What kind of a story? A love story, Owen. People like two things. They love the drama of finding out about people who have done what can be considered bad things. They also like to hear great love stories. So give them a love story. How? I look at Petra as she is all curled up, comfortable and cozy, reading contently. She looks as if she does not have a care in the world right now. Make something up, he says, then nods toward Petra. She will go along with anything you want. I have seen how she looks at you. The girl is smitten. Leaning forward, I whisper, me too. I can tell, he whispers back. He sits back and crosses his long legs. If we can leave out the part about you winning her in an auction, do you think something can be made out of the truth of your, for lack of a better word, relationship? I did come up with an idea. You see, I thought we could say that we met online when she found me on social media and asked me about cosmetic surgery. We hit it off, exchanged numbers, and met in Portland. I like that story. What has stopped you from telling that one? He asks as he smiles at me. It is great. I do not know what has stopped me. It is hard to tell anything when you are running. Is it not? Petra calls out, you tell him, Grant. Tell him how it makes one look suspicious when they run. She is right, he says, then wiggles his finger at her. Come join us, Petra. We need to get things figured out. Grabbing a notebook out of the drawer of the side table he is sitting next to, he puts it on the coffee table that is between us. Getting up, he walks away and comes back with a pen. Jot down the major points of your story. It is essential that you both say the same things. I will go make the call to Isabel and get her going on the club's end of things. I feel compelled to ask Petra once more if she really is okay with the money reverting back to me. Petra, if you want me to leave the money in escrow for you, I will. Shaking her head as she comes and sits next to me, she says, no. I do not want anything to lead anyone back to the club. Have it sent back and end the contract. That is how I want it. I give Grant a nod that lets him know to go ahead with the plan, as I pick up the pen and notebook. Now to hammer out the details, Petra. So, how long have you known I was the man of your dreams? She smiles at me warmly. Since I saw you on television 4 years ago. Wait, I say as I calculate her age back then. Are you being serious? She nods and looks at me. I am. You look nice in those borrowed clothes. Do you think Grant is going to let us spend the night here? I am quite comfortable right now. No, we are not going to inconvenience him. She looks at me as I gaze at her. I am going to take you back to our hotel. My head will be held high, and things are going to be different. I am done running. I am done running from everything. Her eyes glisten. That sounds nice. Good. Now back to you admiring me for the last 4 years. You were only 17, Petra. Let us not say that. Also, it makes you seem like a stalker when you add in the part about finding me on social media. How about you were impressed by my work? That is why you got in touch with me. Okay, she says, then leans her head on my shoulder as I write that down. Add that I valued your opinion on the consultation I asked about. I write that down and then ask, was it love at first sight for me? Of course it was, she says as she touches my arm playfully. Of course, I say with a chuckle. And are you going to go back to Los Angeles with me? They will want to know that. Her eyes sparkle as she says, if that is what you want, then I want that too. I smile at her and continue working on our story. Question by question, we write up the details and finish up just as Grant comes back into the room. Isabel has taken care of things, and you two are no longer a part of the club. That is good, Petra says. Thank you for helping us, Grant. You are welcome. Now let me help you two practice your story. We need to make sure you can both tell it consistently and confidently. Grant takes a seat. Owen, why do you not start from the beginning and tell me how you two met? I clear my throat and begin. Petra reached out to me through social media about 6 months ago. She had questions about my work, and I was happy to answer them. We started talking regularly, and I found myself looking forward to our conversations. Good, Grant says. Keep going. I invited her to meet me in Portland this summer. I come here every year to get away from Los Angeles and relax. When we met in person, the connection was even stronger than I expected. Petra picks up the story. I was nervous at first, but Owen was kind and genuine. We spent time getting to know each other, and I fell in love with who he is, not the celebrity. Grant nods approvingly. This is good. Natural. Now, what about the club? We were curious about it, I explain. Petra had heard about these exclusive social clubs in Portland, and we decided to check one out together. That is all. We are two consenting adults who wanted to see what it was about. Perfect, Grant says. Keep it simple, keep it honest where you can, and present yourselves as a couple in love. That is what people will respond to. We spend the next hour rehearsing our story, making sure every detail is consistent. Grant coaches us on how to handle difficult questions, how to stay calm under pressure, and how to redirect the conversation when needed. Remember, Grant says as we finish up, you have done nothing wrong. You are two adults who fell in love. That is your story, and that is what you stick to. I look at Petra, and she looks back at me with trust in her eyes. We can do this, I tell her. We can, she agrees. Grant checks his watch. Your clothes should be dry by now. Let me go get them for you. Then I will drive you back to your hotel. You two have a press conference to prepare for. As Grant leaves the room, I take Petra's hand. Thank you for standing by me through all of this. Where else would I be, she asks. I love you, Owen. I love you too, I tell her, and for the first time since this mess started, I feel like everything might actually be okay.
Chapter 29. Petra. Grant drives us back to the hotel as evening falls. The borrowed clothes are comfortable, and I feel more prepared now that we have a clear plan. Remember, Grant says as he pulls up to the entrance, stay confident, stay consistent, and let your genuine feelings for each other show through. That is what people will respond to. Owen nods and takes my hand. Thank you for everything, Grant. We could not have done this without you. You are welcome. Now go face this head on. You have got this. Grant gives us an encouraging smile as we exit the vehicle. The hotel lobby is quieter than I expected. A few people glance our way, but no one approaches. Owen keeps his head up as we walk to the elevator, his hand firmly holding mine. Once we are in our room, Owen locks the door and turns to me. Are you sure about this? Once we go public with our story, there is no going back. I step close to him and look into his eyes. I am sure about you, Owen. That is all that matters. He pulls me into an embrace, and I rest my head against his shoulder. I do not deserve you, he murmurs. Yes, you do. And I deserve you too. We deserve to be happy together. I pull back to look at him. So let us make this work. We spend the next few hours going over our statement again, making sure every detail is perfect. Owen writes notes while I practice answering potential questions. We work as a team, supporting each other, building each other up. What if they ask about Dina? I ask at one point. Owen considers this carefully. I will tell the truth about that part. She and I saw each other casually. I was honest with her about my lack of interest in a relationship. I never led her on. When I met you, everything changed. Good, I say. Honesty is important. As the night grows late, we finally set aside our notes. Owen looks exhausted, but more at peace than I have seen him since this all began. Get some rest, I tell him. Tomorrow is a big day. Will you stay with me? He asks quietly. I do not want to be alone tonight. I am not going anywhere, I promise. We settle in for the night, and despite everything hanging over us, I feel hopeful. We have a plan. We have each other. And we have the truth on our side. Tomorrow, we face the world together.
Chapter 30. Owen. The next morning arrives sooner than I would like. Petra and I are back at the hotel, and we have both barely slept. Today is the day we face the media. Grant calls early to check on us. How are you two holding up? We are ready, I tell him, glancing at Petra, who is rehearsing her answers one more time. Thank you again for everything yesterday. You are welcome. Remember, stay united, stay honest where you can, and let your genuine connection show. People respond to authenticity. After the call, I sit down next to Petra. She looks beautiful, even with the worry lines creasing her forehead. Hey, I say softly, taking her hand. We are going to get through this. I know, she says, but her voice wavers slightly. I pull her close. Petra, I need you to know something. No matter what happens today, no matter what people say or think, I am done running. I am done hiding. I want a real life with you. A normal life. Her eyes widen. What do you mean? I mean Sunday brunches and grocery shopping and backyard barbecues. I mean building a life together without secrets or shame. I want what I told you was just a fantasy. I was wrong, Petra. It is not a fantasy. It is what I want. With you. Tears pool in her eyes. Owen, are you sure? This is a big change from everything you said before. I have never been more sure of anything, I tell her honestly. You changed me. You made me want more. You made me believe I deserve more. She throws her arms around my neck. I want that too. I want all of it with you. We hold each other for a long moment, drawing strength from one another. Then there is a knock at the door. Our publicist has arrived. For the next 2 hours, we prepare. The publicist, a sharp woman named Michelle who came highly recommended, helps us refine our message and prepare for difficult questions. The key is to control the narrative, Michelle explains. You are a couple who met unconventionally and fell in love. You explored your curiosity about Portland's social scene together. That is it. Simple, honest, and relatable. What about Dina? I ask. You acknowledge that you saw her casually in the past, that you were always honest with her about your intentions, and that when you met Petra everything changed. Do not apologize for your past, but make it clear that your present and future are with Petra. Petra squeezes my hand. We can do this. At noon, we walk into the hotel conference room where the press conference has been set up. Cameras flash immediately. Reporters shout questions. My heart pounds, but Petra's hand in mine keeps me steady. We take our seats at the table. Michelle gives us an encouraging nod. I clear my throat and begin. Thank you all for coming. I know there has been a lot of speculation and misinformation circulating, so I wanted to take this opportunity to set the record straight. I pause, looking at Petra, who smiles at me. 6 months ago, I received a message from a young woman who had questions about my work. We started talking, and I found myself looking forward to our conversations more and more each day. Petra takes over smoothly. I was drawn to Owen's intelligence and kindness. When he invited me to visit him in Portland this summer, I was nervous but excited. Meeting him in person confirmed what I already suspected. I was falling in love with him. We are two adults who found each other and fell in love, I continue. Yes, we were curious about some of Portland's exclusive social venues and checked one out together. But our relationship is built on genuine connection, mutual respect, and love. The questions come fast and furious. We answer them as best we can, staying consistent with our story, supporting each other, presenting a united front. Dr. Cantrell, what about Dr. Dion's allegations? I take a breath. Dina and I saw each other casually in the past. I was always honest with her that I was not interested in a relationship. When I met Petra, everything changed. I fell in love. I am sorry that Dina was hurt, but I cannot apologize for finding the person I want to spend my life with. Miss Bakari, Some people are concerned about the age difference between you two. What do you say to that? Petra does not hesitate. I am 21 years old. I am an adult, capable of making my own decisions. Owen treats me with respect and kindness. Our age difference is just a number. What matters is how we feel about each other. The press conference lasts an hour. By the end I feel drained but hopeful. We stood our ground. We told our truth. Back in our room, Petra collapses onto the couch. That was intense. You were amazing, I tell her, sitting beside her. Absolutely amazing. Michelle calls shortly after. That went better than I expected. The footage looks good. You two came across as genuine and in love. The narrative is starting to shift already. Over the next few days we watch as the story evolves. Some outlets are supportive, others critical, but slowly the tide turns. Our love story resonates with people. The show's producers call, they want me back, with Petra featured in some episodes as my partner. What do you think? I ask Petra. I think we should do whatever feels right for us, she says. What do you want? I look at this incredible woman who changed my entire world. I want to build a life with you. Whether that includes the show or not, I do not care. As long as I have you. She smiles. Then we have everything we need. And for the first time in my life, I truly believe it.
Chapter 31. Petra. After a night of sleeping in the softest bed I have ever been in, I find I am alone in the giant bedroom Grant put us in for the night. I am more than a bit surprised when I roll over and find my cell on the bedside table. Picking it up, I see a message from Owen. It says to go take a shower and put on the clothes he has left for me in the bathroom, and to text him when I am done. Climbing out of the huge bed, I head to the bathroom to do as my man has told me to. The first thing I notice is the pretty little dress that is hanging on the hook on the back of the door where a robe would usually hang. A clear plastic bag holds a knee-length dark blue dress. A brown paper bag on the floor underneath it has a white undergarment set and a pair of black heels. But I see nothing else. Nothing to do my hair with. Nothing to fix up my face with. Nothing. Just clothes to dress in. It kind of disappoints me, as I would like to look pretty for whatever our day holds. After a quick shower, I dress and text Owen that I am done. He texted back that I needed to wait in the bedroom. I do as he has said, and go sit on the small sofa that is in front of a picture window. The view from the third floor is gorgeous. Tall trees form the edge of the forest that is to the left of the mansion. A swimming pool the size of my apartment back home fills the right side. The way Grant lives makes me wonder why he does not have a significant other. He has got to be about 40, the salt and pepper in his hair tells me that. The man is built well and handsome. It makes no sense why he has not found someone. But then again, he may be divorced and starting over. Who am I to butt into his life? I am sure he has it the way he wants it. Just as I stop pondering the man who is not my business, there is a quick knock at my door. Then 2 women come in. Hi Petra. Your very handsome man has sent us to you. Hair and makeup are what we do, a very pretty little blonde tells me. She and the other tall, dark-haired woman set their things up on the large vanity in the room, and I waited with tons of curiosity. Did he say why he is having you two do this for me today? The brunette answers, he did not. He just told us to work with your natural beauty. Picking up my cell, I ask him what this is all about, and he answers for me not to ask questions and let them do their job. When they are done, I am to wait for him. The blonde gestures for me to come and sit in the chair, and the 2 get to work on me. I cannot stop myself from digging for information. Are there people out there? Like paparazzi? The blonde shakes her head and takes out a curling wand, getting to work and making spiral curls. The other one puts some kind of cool gel all over my face. You have gorgeous skin, Petra. Thanks. I tilt my head back as she applies product to my lips. And what is this stuff? This will make you glow even more than you would normally, the brunette tells me. Then she picks up a small handheld fan and points it at me, making my face get very cold. The two work on me for about an hour, then turn me around to look at what I have become. Wow. I smile at my reflection, then at them. You two are miracle workers. I have never looked so good. You were gorgeous already, the blonde says as she packs up her things. Have a lovely day. They leave me sitting in the chair, gazing at myself and wondering what Owen has up his sleeve. Waiting for nearly half an hour, I get impatient and pick up my cell when the door opens and Owen is standing there. He is wearing a dark blue suit that looks like it cost $1 million. He has a freshly shaved face and his hair is cut. He is Dr. Cantrell at his finest. I get up and walk toward him. Hey, he says as he looks me over. Hey yourself. You look incredibly handsome. I touch his smooth cheek. You got yourself all cleaned up. I wanted you to get the real me. Not the man I become when I try to hide from the world. He looks at me warmly. My head goes light, as the man just gets to me in a way no one ever has. So, I get the real you. I feel lucky. I feel lucky, he says as he walks inside, moving me with him and closing the door. Did we get all fancy to stay in today? I ask him as he takes my hand and leads me to the window on the opposite side of the room. I will let you decide that, Petra. He pulls me close and looks at me warmly. Today you will make all the decisions. Okay, I say as I feel a little odd.
I hate to bring up bad things, but what about the press and the problem with all that?
Forget them all, he says, then pulls my hand up and holds it gently. I am not going to bother explaining a single thing. Nothing I do is anyone's concern save yours, Petra. You are the only one I care about. Wow. You make me feel pretty special. The sound of an airplane seeps into the room, and Owen opens the large window.
It seems it is time.
For what? I ask. Do you have a plane coming for us? Are we all going somewhere? Or are just you and I going somewhere?
That is up to you.
He looks out the window, and I follow his gaze. A white banner with red letters is flying behind the plane. I cannot read it, it is too far away, and Owen looks at me with a grin. I cannot read it, Owen. Wait a minute. It will get closer. His hands begin to get cold, and I look down at our clasped hands, wondering why that is and what he is doing. When the plane gets closer, I see the first word, will. My knees buckle. No, I whispered, my voice trailing off. He looks at me with worry. Petra. I look at the next word, you. Oh my goodness. Petra. The next words have me nearly fainting. Marry me? My knees give out, and he catches me and holds me as he looks into my eyes. I see his pinky wiggling out of my peripheral vision. An enormous diamond sparkles in the sun's light as it hangs around his finger. Sobs begin, my eyes blur, and he holds me close. Baby, do not cry. Holding onto his shoulder, I rest my face against his chest. This cannot be real. It cannot be. I was supposed to come to Portland to make money to pay for college. I was not supposed to fall in love. Everyone told me that would never happen. The doctor that I watched and had fantasies about came and won me. This cannot be real. It has to be a dream.
The whole thing has to be a dream.
Things like this do not happen. It is real, he whispers. And I want you to marry me, Petra Bakari. I want you to marry me today in Las Vegas. Then I will take you to the Fiji Islands for a month-long honeymoon. All you have to do is say yes. Petra, will you make me the happiest man in the entire world and marry me? The knot in my throat is huge. I cannot speak. I cannot think either. Then he looks into my eyes, and it is all gone. All the nerves vanish. Yes, Owen Cantrell, I will marry you.
Yes, he shouted.
Then he puts that monster engagement ring on my finger, and the heaviness of it does something to my heart. It stops, then starts up again with a pounding force. I am getting married. I laugh as he takes my hand and leads me out of the room. Down the stairs we go, and all the way through the mansion. Out a back door he goes as Grant holds it open. Congratulations, you two. I smile and wave, as Owen hurries to get me to a waiting, shiny black helicopter. Thank you, Grant. For everything. He nods and waves, then closes the door. Owen helps me into the seat, and I scoot over so he can get in. I see my purse is on the seat. I pick it up, and look at him for an explanation. I went to the hotel this morning and got our things. The van had been picked up thanks to Isabel. Our cell phones were taken to the hotel, and the staff put them in our room. You will need your identification to marry me. And we will have to do some shopping before we head out. I did not pack for a tropical island. I sent my bags back home. Back to our home, Petra. My stomach flutters a little as I think about all the changes I am making. I will have to empty out my apartment. I am going to have that taken care of. I will have it all packed up and sent to California. You get to pick which place we go home to, the mansion in Big Bear or the Malibu beach house. He buckles me up, and then the pilot starts the engine and lifts the machine up. I gasp and hold tight to Owen's hand. After we are up and moving, he takes some headphones that are hung up in front of us and puts a set on me. Then he puts on a set. I speak into the small microphone that is attached, answering his previous question. How about we go to your home in Big Bear? We will apparently be doing the beach for a month. We do not want to get burned out. First, never call anything just mine again. Everything is ours. Got it. He smiles at me warmly. He has my attention. My undivided attention. Ours. I ask as I shake my head. This does not seem real. I am about to be ultra rich just by marrying the man I love. It is crazy, Owen. No, it is love, Petra. I have never known love until I knew you. I have never been whole until I held you. And I want you to share all the things I have, as you have shared your heart and soul with me. He smiles at me and I start crying happy tears. He cannot be this sweet. Things cannot be this easy. Life does not work that way.
Chapter 32. Owen. The answer is no, Roger. I will not be going back to that show. I do not want to be a part of it any longer. I rub my temples, then sigh as Petra comes over to help. Allow me, my sweet husband. Her fingers move with a delicate touch, making circles and easing the pain the phone call from the head producer has caused. Dina is off the show. You have nothing to worry about. When we found out the whole truth, we cut her quickly and in a hurry. We do not want people on our show who seek to find a scandal to hurt their co-stars. It is not just her, Roger. I have been unhappy for a long time with not only the show, but also my practice. I have been looking around online since I have been out of the country on my honeymoon. There are so many better places where I can work and help people. I am thinking about joining Doctors Without Borders. My wife has told me she would like that a lot. She is going to finish up her teaching degree, and she can help out in the areas I go to. It is a win-win for us. A real no-brainer. Petra smiles at me, then walks out to enjoy the beautiful island weather. The tattoo on her left arm matches mine, and looks incredible on her. We wanted something even more permanent than the wedding rings we have. So, we picked out a tribal tattoo that means forever. Because that is what we are, forever. Roger's voice is faint in my ear as I watch Petra step off the front porch of our bungalow to enjoy the clear, warm water. Okay, you win. You can have your show, Owen. Just you. Wherever you want, we will make it happen. I do not want my own show. But it sounds like my fans have been outspoken about me. That is always nice to hear. I will tweet my fans my appreciation and how I want to do more with my life and my talent. They will understand. What about us? He asks as if I care at all about the people who have plagued me for the last 5 years. I had a nice practice in Beverly Hills. I did regular maintenance on a few of the stars. But I did a lot of serious stuff too. When I saw dollar signs and had visions of being a star myself, I took their offer. At first it was great. I was popular, and the women swarmed all over me. Money and attention were what I thought I wanted. Sure, I was as happy as a man could be in the beginning. Little by little, that faded away. There was no way it could have kept me happy forever. The days became monotonous, and the nights blurred into each other. Nothing stood out. Then I found Petra. From the moment I saw her picture, I knew there was something about her. I woke up with a mission: win her. I went to sleep with only one thought: win her. Then I won her, and man, how life has changed. I cannot go back to the way it was. I do not care how much fame and fortune they offer me. I cannot go back to that life. A life where producers own me. Roger, do not make me say hateful things. My wife hates it when I do that. Just take no for an answer. I get up and walk to the edge of the porch, and watch Petra as she relaxes in the water, looking up at the evening sky. Okay, here is the last deal I can make you. It involves your new wife. I have been authorized to offer you both $1 million up front to star in a reality show about your marriage. The whole thing. America wants to know more. And you and your wife can take them on that journey with you. What do you say? The $2 million is not all you will get. You will each get 20% of the royalties. And this is unheard of, Owen, but you both will get an astounding $50,000 for each episode, and when you allow us to film your private life, that amount jumps to $200,000 each. Clearing my throat, I ask my wife, Petra, I need to ask you if you want to do this. It does include you too. I do not want to answer this on my own. She comes back up to the bottom stair and sits on it. Shoot. I take a seat on one of the wooden chairs on the deck. They are offering us a show. One where we will each get lots of money. It will be about our marriage and our private life. Apparently, America wants to know more about it, and they want to learn it through us. What do you think about that? Let me think about that for a minute. They want you and me to be on television, showing our private moments. Is that right? She asks. Roger hears her and answers yes. Tell her yes. And tell her that you two can share as much as you want to. The more, the merrier. He says we can share as much as we want. And they will pay us a ton more to do so. Pretty great money, baby. I look at her meaningfully. She looks back at me. Is it not, though? She comes over and sits down nearby. Does this producer of yours know that those moments are very private? Roger hears her and says, we will deal with all that. You do not have to worry. You two can share what you want, and we will film it in such a way that our channel will allow it. Really, neither of you has to do a single thing but allow us to follow your every move. There is no easier money than that. No, there is not, I agree. Petra looks at me seriously. So, what do you think, Owen? Do we put our dreams aside and expose our private lives on television for the American people? Not just Americans, Roger adds. We have more markets too. You will be known worldwide. As people with no privacy, Petra says firmly. No, Roger corrects her. Not like that. You two will be the average couple who happens to be open about your relationship. Nothing inappropriate about it. Just letting people know more about married life. So, can I count on you two to come in as soon as you are done with your honeymoon and sign our contracts? Oh no, Petra says with concern. Did he say contracts? He sure did, I tell her, then look at her seriously. Contracts, baby. We have that rule, Owen. That we do. Sorry, Roger. But we do not sign contracts. Not anymore. Well, we cannot possibly do this without contracts, Owen. You are not new to this business. You know how things work. I do know how they work, I say as Petra looks at me supportively. And I am sick of how they work. Go find yourself another couple to spy on. We are not about to put our dreams aside for you to make money off our lives. Not only is it not worth it, but it is pretty deeply disturbing that anyone wants to pry that deeply into our marriage. Bye, Roger. Owen, wait. I can triple those numbers. I bet you can. Lose my number, Roger. I end the call and put the phone down, then look at my wife. Did I answer the man the way you wanted? She nods. You did. You stayed true to what you wanted, and let the money and fame go. Do you feel happy about that decision? Petra Cantrell, since the day I married you, I have felt nothing but happiness. I want to make a difference in this world. And not by exposing things that should be kept private. We spend the rest of the evening talking about our future. About the work we want to do with Doctors Without Borders. About the family we hope to build together. Can you believe we are actually doing this? Planning to have a family. Are we ready? I ask her. No, just normal, she says as she takes my hand. What married couple does not want to see the people they create? I mean, how cool is it to look at another human and see your features all mixed up with the person you love? Nothing is cooler than that. There is still that fear that we will mess them up. You know, how our parents did us. Her eyes narrow and I think about what I said, but I do not get a chance to apologize as she says, "You listen to me, Dr. Cantrell. Your parents made mistakes, but you turned out amazing. My mother made mistakes too, but I did just fine on my own. You signed up to be in that situation, Petra. That could have gone very wrong." She looks at me seriously. What I did was not a failure. Against all odds, I found a man who needed me just as much as I needed him, even though neither of us knew we needed anyone. I think that is a win, not a failure. Now, do you want to think about that a little bit more before you go saying things out loud? Maybe, I say, then smile at her. You are the best thing I have ever done, Petra. I know that. She smiles back. And you are the best thing I have ever done. Together, we might just do some great things, and bring some more great people into this world too. Hard work, perseverance, and making the best decisions we can will make sure of that. If we had taken Roger up on that show, we would have taken the world by storm. You know that, do you not? I mean that. You would have been bigger than any of the Kardashians. Well, maybe we should rethink things, she says playfully. I think we have made excellent plans so far. Help others, start a family. What kid wants to turn on the television and see their parents' private life broadcast? We owe it to our future children to keep our lives private. Speaking of children, she asks, have you thought about names? I like Taylor for a boy or a girl. We can call the baby Taylor the whole pregnancy, and it will be born knowing its name. It is a great idea, you have to agree. No, I do not. I do not want my son named Taylor. It is too neutral. I am going to have to take charge of naming the children. I can see that now. I grin at her. Take charge, she asks with mock indignation. Yeah, take charge, I say with a laugh. She laughs back. We will see about that, baby. And just like that, we settle into our evening, grateful for the life we are building together. Our happily ever after has found us, and we are not about to let it slip away. The end.